6 o'clock.
Okay. I now call to order the Planning Commission special meeting of January 10th, 2022. Could you please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I think Elizabeth is going to get our flag up, so I'll wait a second. There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you could remain standing for the statement of values, Secretary Harrow.
Yes, as we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you, Secretary Harrow. Everyone could be seated. And Elizabeth, if you could call the roll.
Chair Biagini,
Present.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Here.
Commissioner Hero,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Here.
Commissioner Akazi,
Present.
Commissioner Salam,
Yes, here.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Now we'll get to the declaration of commission procedures. Secretary Harrow.
Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair and the commission directs all activity during the hearings. The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff presentation of the item, other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedures, time limits may be applied to any item as prescribed by the chair. Appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days.
Thank you, Secretary Harrow. Now, copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting, and they're also available online. So moving to continuances and exceptions, this is the part of the meeting that allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item, 1, be continued without hearing, or 2, withdrawn, and finally 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests from applicants, the public, or the commission for a continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda?
We have no requests.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's see, we'll go to move now to the consent calendar. Commissioner Harrow, could you please read the consent calendar procedures?
Sure, Chair. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now.
I do have one hand that's up. So before
Allow me to continue. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. Go ahead, Chair.
Okay, I do have a hand up from Rena. and then Commissioner Chair Kuru.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Biagini. Staff would request that item 1B be moved to public hearing. It's currently on the consent calendar. We intended to put it on the public hearing. We have a staff presentation prepared. So we would prefer it to be heard on public hearing. And actually after the study session on the Patrick Henry Drive item. So we would request that it be moved second on the public hearing item, public hearing agenda.
Thank you, Rena. Are there any objections to that? Hearing none, I'm going to assume Commissioner Charakuru's hand is up for something else.
I do have a clarification on the previous. Is the client okay since that item has a client interface? Are they okay with the study session being completed and then being heard?
Staff did communicate to the applicants to let them know that that was our request, that it be a public hearing item. So they are aware of that, yes.
After the study session, because I
Correct.
just want to make sure there. Okay, thank you. And yes, I do have an item, Chair, to be pulled. I'd like to comment on the minutes. Before
Okay. Sounds good. Let's see, go ahead. I think, well, that takes away anything else on approving the consent calendar. So why don't you go ahead with your comment on the item 1B, excuse me, 1A, the minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick feedback to staff on the minutes on the item regarding the use permit for the Agape Play School. I noticed that while the general comment was captured that the commission thanked the applicant for conducting additional studies, it didn't quite really capture some of the other concerns, especially with the 2 nay votes. I'd suggest including at least 2 points on both sides, or to confirm and clarify why they would have been an aye and a nay vote. So just adding additional clarification on some of the feedback during that session would go ways. So that's my comment and feedback. Primarily, I would suggest if you're making corrections that we include one, of course, the commission thanked and the additional studies alleviated some of the concerns, but I would suggest including that Commissioners Charkru and Commissioner Bhatnagar had concerns related to the parking, aesthetics, and noise associated with the project, at least something as simple as quantifying what those comments were about.
Okay, can we do that, Elizabeth, fairly easily?
Yes, we can. Commissioner Chirukuru, absolutely. Just wanted to clarify that the minutes are to be action minutes, which is just capturing the actions. I do understand what you're saying now, and I will add just very short clarifications on the no vote.
Thank you. Thank you. I know we've gone back and forth since their action minutes, but when there are comments that, at least for the council to understand what were the nay votes for, it can be just that we thank the applicant and then there were 2 people who said, no, we are not thanking them.
Sure.
It doesn't make sense.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Back to you,
thank you for points well taken, Commissioner Chirukuru. So then can we take a vote on that item on the consent calendar with the improvements or clarifications? Do I hear a motion?
I move that staff add additional comment to clarify both the aye and nay votes and the points discussed at the last meeting into the minutes.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Second by Commissioner Bhatnagar. So if Elizabeth, you could please call the votes. I know you need a minute to set up.
Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Chirukuru,
Yes?
Commissioner Hero,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Commissioner Salim,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Yes.
and the motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Next, we move to the, I'm sorry, to public presentations. And this is the opportunity for any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item that isn't on the agenda. So, Elizabeth,
Chair, excuse me, point of clarification.
uh-huh.
Did we actually approve the consent calendar as amended?
I thought we just did.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, I was just trying to
that's
clarify.
okay. Not a problem. All right, so again on Elizabeth, do we have anybody who's looking to comment?
Let me check one more time. We have no hands raised. No, we have no comments.
Okay, and I don't see any hand raised anywhere either. So let's move on to the public hearing items. So I will read the order in which we're going to have public hearing items. First thing up will be the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan study session. Secondly, we will review from the consent calendar, review and recommend to the City Council to approve adoption of an IS/MND, a billboard relocation agreement and zoning code amendment to allow the installation of a new single-sided LED digital billboard at 630 Laurelwood Road. And finally, on the 2021 housing legislation update session. So let's start with the first item up, the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan study session. Staff?
Thank you, Chair. John Davidson with the Planning Division. Let me share my screen here. Hold on one second. So tonight we're here to talk about the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan and have a study session around it. So the context for the Patrick Henry Drive plan area is North Santa Clara, immediately north of Mission College, west of Great America Parkway, east of Calabasas Creek, and directly south of the Kylie site, which is the old Yahoo campus. It's a general plan focus area in phase 3 of our general plan. So in the 2023 and after timeframe, the City Council took this up out of order of the general plan phasing at the request of the applicants. It's proximate to the Tasman Light Rail Corridor, to Great America, Levi's Stadium, and the related project, which is also along Tasman. So the plan area itself is 76 acres, 70s and 80s industrial buildings, 17 light industrial properties total. One of the things that's very industrial Santa Clara about it is the fact that it really only has 3 public streets at this point: Patrick Henry Drive, Old Ironsides Drive, and Great America Parkway right at the edge of the plan area. It's something that in the planning process, that was a challenge to deal with. The specific plan is to allow conversion of this older or this 80s industrial area to a mixed use residential neighborhood with up to 12,000 housing units. And there are actually 2 scenarios that we'll talk about in the next few minutes here. So the goals of this study session are to orient the Planning Commission to the land use plan of the specific plan, the urban design framework, talk about the proposed land use designations, and talk through the circulation and roadway network, including alternatives and what happened at the Mission College Board of Trustees in December. And planning staff is here to receive Planning Commission questions and input, especially in light of the fact that we'll be meeting again on the 26th to talk through the Planning Commission's recommendation to the City Council of whether or not to adopt this specific plan. The specific plan has been going on for approximately the past 4 years. It got started as a planning process in 2019. We've had 2 community workshops and approximately 8 study sessions before the council and 1 study session before the planning commission. The draft EIR has been out since July. It was July through September, and we are just wrapping up preparation of the final EIR, which is responding to the comments that we received. We received 5 comment letters on the EIR. So you'll be seeing that in the next couple of days. What we'll be doing is talking through the EIR itself at the 26th recommendation hearing tonight is just about orienting the Planning Commission to the plan itself. And then that recommendation will go on to the City Council, which will hear the item in March. So again, there are 2 development scenarios for the plan area, which is based on stakeholder input, and it's really one property owner, the Perlmans, whose properties are located along Great America Parkway, felt that they needed more flexibility given the context of a major arterial where residential might not be appropriate, and that market conditions might dictate a non-residential development in the future. So staff or the city has created 2 scenarios. Scenario B contains the additional office that the Perlman site would contain, and accordingly less units. So 1,700 less units, but nearly 800,000 square feet of office on the 10 acres of the Perlman site, which is corresponding to the development capacity of the high intensity office designation. So up to a 2.0 FAR. So that designation is that the Perlmans will receive, or that site is proposed to be designated, is the high density flex designation, which allows either residential or commercial, like I said, at a 2.0 FAR. Because have been a range of desires on the part of the stakeholders in the Patrick Henry Drive plan area, there are a number of different residential densities that are being proposed, including very high density residential, which is a designation that the city already has and has applied in the Lawrence Station area, 51 to 100 dwelling units the acre. Village residential, which goes up to 149 dwelling units to the acre, but allows for flexibility down to 60. So a very wide range, nearly a range of 100 dwelling units to the acre. We have urban village residential, which is just over 100 to 149 dwelling units to the acre. And the urban center, which goes up to 250 dwelling units to the acre and 12 or more stories in height, which is different than all of the other designations, which allow up to between 5 and 12 stories in height. So for the most part, the heights are similar among the various districts. It's the densities that are different, with the exception of urban center. The plan also includes new roadway connections that we'll talk about, and allows for up to 310,000 square feet of additional non-residential uses, including things like a school, libraries, community rooms, and retail to complement the residential development in the area. So here's the draft land use plan that includes the land use designations. In general, the highest density, the bright orange designations, are towards the center of the plan area. The plan is, as you can see, there's the super block that's bounded by the current streets of Patrick Henry Drive and Old Ironsides. One of the things that I'll talk about in the circulation and roadways section of the presentation is the idea of creating new private streets to break up the super block. There's a proposed 5.25 acre park at the center of the plan area with other smaller parks, around the edges, including 3 acre plus parks and one greenway that is the former connector road to the Mission College campus. As far as the urban design framework goes, the main thing that's, as far as uses is concerned, most of the uses that include public facing uses are along Patrick Henry Drive. So red, the retail, and blue community and civic uses are really focused along Patrick Henry Drive, and then also along the edge of the park a little bit. The flex space could either be office or retail, but allows for activation of the street in mixed use buildings. One of the things that's interesting here is that, there are a number of streets that are proposed. The main one is an east-west street that helps break up the super block and goes through, bisects the proposed park. There are also a number of smaller, slow streets that are also private streets that are in blue. Those are proposed to be shared use in character and orientation, so that they're supposed to feel like streets that cars, bikes, pedestrians can all use. Also are greenways that help break up the super block. And one interesting adaptation of existing conditions around the edges is there's a 25-foot PG&E easement at the front of the property line for one of their underground gas lines. And that easement has been worked into the streetscape plans for the plan area. Also showing gateways at the edges of the plan as the streets exit the plan area. So opportunities to sort of showcase the fact that the Patrick Henry Drive neighborhood is distinct. So I do want to highlight the design direction in the Patrick Henry Drive plan, which was the product of a lot of work between all of our partner departments here at the City of Santa Clara to make sure that we were accommodating necessary traffic flow, but also that the utility space was adequate and could be planned for. So this streetscape section, for instance, shows Patrick Henry Drive and shows the PG&E easement that we were talking about just a second ago. It shows, since it's in section, it gives the reader an idea of how this lays out at eye level, and what the dimensions are that are necessary to maintain. So not only gives dimensions for the public realm, but also gives setbacks, talks about the lane widths for the street, whether or not we have bike lanes, and in this case, per the bicycle master plan, there are protected bike lanes along Patrick Henry Drive, and what the treatment of buildings is in terms of awnings and balconies. So this is a very informationally rich diagram, and one of the key features of the plan and administering the plan. So really, yeah, our consultant did good work on this and very thoughtful work. The diagrams, the streetscape diagrams are also complemented, the sections are complemented by plan views of the same area. So on the page in the plan, you'll see both of those diagrams together. You'll see, what how the sidewalk and the street and any private space lays out in relation to the buildings. So also very useful because it's scaled. One other thing that that's included in the Patrick Henry Drive plan is our massing diagrams to help better explain how building walls get broken up and how the height of buildings gets broken up through step backs. This is an interesting one because in urban village, in the urban village designation, there can either be all residential buildings or there can be mixed use buildings. So the table lays out the development standards, including densities, heights, and whether ground floor uses are residential in character or non-residential in character. And that fact that residential or non-residential in character helps determine what the setbacks are. So for residential uses, there are setbacks to keep people's private realm a little bit farther away from the street. But with mixed use buildings, you want that interaction between the street and the facade of the building. So there's no setback required. For both buildings or both types of buildings, there's a small step back, a 5-foot step back at 70 feet to reduce the overall mass at the, sorry about that, at the street level to make buildings feel a little bit less overpowering. And then with what we're calling street wall modulation, these are insets that allow people to feel a little bit of relief and a little bit of a breakup of a continuous facade. We have building size regulations to create a maximum length of 330 feet and different ground floor heights, whether or not the use is residential in character or non-residential in character. And non-residential uses are required to have a minimum 15-foot ground floor height to allow for things like retail uses to have adequate height in their tenant space. So as far as the circulation and mobility plan go, one of the big changes since the December Mission College Board of Trustees meeting was that the city has changed their primary recommendation of how the plan, the Patrick Henry Drive plan area connects to Mission College. Where there was a 4-lane roadway proposed directly south to Mission College, because this is a private roadway, it requires the assent of the Mission College Board of Trustees. And at their December 21st meeting, they voted to not approve the connection. And so at this point, the city is proposing a paseo instead of a roadway connection, which Mission College Board of Trustees was in favor of. And it would land at Mission College Boulevard is a private roadway, so it would land at the private campus of Mission College. It does not require any additional work to connect with their roadway system. So this was something that happened on December 21st, and accordingly, the city, we've rejiggered the Patrick Henry Drive plan and the recommendations for a preferred land use alternative. So in the future, if there is, we've left an alternative, the alternative condition in the plan, which includes the roadway connection, but knowing that this requires the future cooperation of Mission College to implement, and that language will be included in the plan, just in case the Mission College Board of Trustees or Mission College ever decides that a roadway connection is appropriate. But at this point, the primary recommendation is for a paseo between or to Mission College instead of a roadway connection. So as far as parks and open space goes, there's the possibility of 13,000 square feet of potential open space on the drawbridge site, which is mostly a connection between the Calabasas Creek Bridge and the potential Hetch Hetchy Trail that's going to run from east to west outside of the plan area. There's a new 1.25 acre park split by 2 property owners, Dollinger and the New Hope Church. And there's also a newly created 15,800 square foot paseo, which is the former roadway connection. So the total amount of parkland that's proposed at this point is a little bit over 10 acres, or about 16% of the net site area. And one of the guiding principles that the staff was going with, for this plan effort was that, like with the Tasman East plan, that the 22% of the plan area would be either parks or some other type of open space available to the public, or at least available to residents of their private developments. So the balance of that requirement will be provided privately through open space. So 16% as public parkland of the net site area, and then the balance through other forms of open space, including popos or private recreational facilities. So again, this shows the potential trail alignment that would connect up to the Hetch Hetchy Trail that's being planned at this point in time. And the Summerhill property does include a 5,000 square foot community room that's adjacent to their 42.5 foot wide art garden that's at the edge of their property. In the future, as O2 Micro develops and Summerhill, there could be these 2 paseos could be programmed in a complementary way. That's something that's an implementation detail that we'll have to address. So next steps, we'll be back in 2 weeks to discuss the EIR and to discuss all of the various planning, the general plan amendment and the zoning code amendment that are also required along with the adoption of the specific plan. Adoption or the adoption hearing at the city council level is planned for March 8th, 2022. And I'm available for questions. Actually, the first thing that I have to do, we received a letter from the Library Board of Trustees. So let me unshare this. I'm gonna share the letter, or actually I'll just keep this up. I'm gonna just read the letter. So this is from the Board of Library Trustees to the Santa Clara Planning Commission. And they've indicated, dated today, this letter is to express our support for including a city-administered library facility as a component of the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. The city of Santa Clara has a heavily used library system that is a source of pride for all residents. Our population continues to grow through development, and along with that, so will our need for library services. In 2019, the Board of Library Trustees prepared a study showing that planned development would increase our city's population by over 53,000 residents over the next 10 years. We must consider the impacts on our library system as part of the planning process. A modern city library, such as we have in Santa Clara, provides many services beyond just physical and electronic books to residents. Our libraries provide literacy and educational resources and programs for all ages. Some examples of services our multi-branch library system offers are early learning programs for youth, their families, and caregivers, support and tutoring for adult learners in basic reading, writing, and math skills, including English as a second language, parenting programs and resources, career and workforce development programs and resources such as resume and interview workshops, a small business reference center, and online access to a high school diploma program, college prep resources, digital equity through on-site access to computers, low-cost printing, scanning, fax, and copier services, along with technology support in classes, workforce development, in-person tax preparation assistance, a tool library, food security through summer meal service program, partnerships with the community-supported agriculture and fisheries, the Santa Clara Seed Share, and workshops on growing food and nutrition. The library also provides the much-needed third place for the community, a place outside the home and work where people can relax, meet new people, and engage with other members of the community. Library facilities offer community rooms and provide opportunities for civic events and engagement. Our existing Santa Clara library facilities provides anchors for the neighborhood and the parks in which they're built. These services have also evolved over time, and a branch at Patrick Henry Drive will serve the needs of the residents at the time it's constructed. At the December 7th City Council study session on the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, City Council members were asked, or City Council members asked about collaborating with Mission College to provide direct library services to residents. While collaboration with other libraries can provide additional programming for our residents, such collaborations are not a substitute for our city library facilities. These other systems have a different mission and focus for their customers. Mission College's library is there to serve the needs of their students. They do not have resources for children and youth or space for community events. The college has limited access for the wider community and has declined more direct connectivity to the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan area. Additionally, past collaboration work with Mission College has not been successful. Even if a collaboration with Mission College were to work, the needs of the college and the community will evolve independently. The collaboration may not work long-term, and the city can meet its needs best with its own facility. To date, planning within this city has not typically included the impacts to our library system within our development review process. The Patrick Henry Drive specific plan has an opportunity to change that and include library facilities as part of the planning process. We can provide a library to address the needs of the growing Northside population. The Board of Library Trustees strongly believes including a library within the proposed park will help the city meet the needs of current and future Santa Clara residents. It's critical that we plan now for the future. We must create a space for a library branch while we have the opportunity, even if we don't have the funds to immediately construct the facility. It has been demonstrated that the collaboration between the Parks and Recreation Department and the City Library has been effective in creating efficient, successful library facilities within and adjacent to parks. We additionally request library service needs to be included as a part of all future planning processes. Finally, we request that the city work on a library strategic plan to perform further analysis on the future and current library needs of the city as a whole. And that's signed by the Santa Clara Board of Library Trustees. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, John. I can't see my screen right now to see if we have some hands up. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yes, now I see it. Okay, Commissioner Charakuru, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John. I love this plan, just out of it. But I have quite a few questions. Bear with me. I'll stick with 3 and then let other commissioners, and then if we have a round 2, I'll pose additional. So first off, thanks to the Board of Library Trustees. It's very encouraging that this has been a partnership with them, and our city library is one of the best that I'm very proud of. So completely in support and favor of their request and the partnership. I had a question on this overall project. Is this a city-led specific plan with no specific, how should I put it, champion of a cause here, like related project?
It's a city-led specific plan, but it's funded through a reimbursement agreement by the stakeholder developers in the Patrick Henry Drive plan area.
And so in its, is this a phased development that is already tracked, or as and when applications come, we will be implementing the specific plan requirements or guidelines or conditions?
Exactly. It'll be implemented parcel by parcel as applications come in.
Okay, so most of our conditions are pretty much, or the specific plan are going to be guidelines and design framework for this project.
Yeah, that's correct. There are very specific standards for the streetscapes, and we're planning to implement them rigorously.
Okay, so I have a specific question on that. So if you could for me go to slide 10.
Yeah, hold on. Okay.
So this is a very interesting section for me. Is the assumption that the need for the, and I'm looking at my screen, so bear with me, whichever way it is, that one side of the street is going to have more public piazza space versus the others? And based on what criteria? Like one is only retail on one side and the other is only going to be residential? Why is the asymmetry there?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And this is basically making lemonade out of lemons, just because there's a large PG&E easement down in, it's labeled in the bottom right corner. So to use understanding that this is not a buildable area, this was a way to use this easement area as something really positive, as gathering space outdoors in front of the building. Okay, so that's a very great clarification, because I was wondering why it was reduced on the other side. So that leads me, if you could go to slide 12. Sure.
So in this, this is again very helpful. Which are the areas of mixed use and residential predetermined in the specific plan?
Yes. So if we went back to the urban design framework, you'll see where the areas of mixed use buildings are likely to be, with a ground floor retail or flex space. So other areas within the plan area are going to be fully residential. Okay, and that's very helpful clarification, because in my mind, as probably many of us are pretty attuned now, it looked like Santana Row, but Santana Row is skirts all around, and the housing is above, the retail components all on the first floor. Right. But this is only along Patrick that you have a mixed use component just along the Patrick, and everything else, which is the old Henry Road as well, is residential. Is there a reason for that? I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that there's already a fair amount of retail planned within a couple of miles of the Patrick Henry Drive area, including the Great America Parkway, or the Great America expansion that's just directly across the street, and it's something like 200,000 or 300,000 square feet of retail space. A little bit farther afield, the Santa Clara Square, the Irvine project is within 2 miles. The the Walmart neighborhood market at Mission College is within a mile of the Patrick Henry Drive area. So there are a number of amenities that are either close or, you know, a short distance away. And yeah, so I think that this was trying to get the balance right, and especially knowing that retail is something that needs housing first. So I think that yeah, those are some of the ingredients of that planning decision.
Yeah, just a thought process that, you know, mixed uses are pretty much live and happening. And as we are, of course, you know, one happens and the other thrives. It goes both ways. So I'm just wondering, especially where we have the green banks with the parks, to consider just mixed use at least, or, you know, it could be studios and live and work, but not limiting our ability to have retails. And I say retail knowing that it's not going to be our traditional retail, but at least the more food and restaurant type retail that can bring a little more liveliness to this neighborhood. We want, and I'm just going off of the newer trends that are happening, is it has to be just accessible, and you want to limit people needing to take a car to go to Walmart, albeit it might be a mile away, but it's still a car-driven exercise rather than trying to get most of your ability within the neighborhood itself. So just containing more neighborhood-friendly retail is one. The last question, and I apologize if it was sub-questions, the Paseo. Is that still fire exit accessible, or was the Mission College board completely opposed to any vehicular traffic? Because I feel that if we don't have that kind of a break, that's a long fire exiting.
No, it's not fire accessible. It would just be a paseo.
Okay, and they were opposed to it even being just an emergency fire exit.
You know, we actually haven't gone that deep into the discussions with them. I think that's a good thought, and it's worth circling back with them.
Yeah, I just feel because of the circulation, if you see the circulation, it seems like there's only two, but there's not much until the tail end of that Patrick Henry Drive, and most of the retail is skirting around this area.
Yeah.
So at least, and I mean, for a fire truck, it shouldn't be more than 12 feet just for the fire truck, but you know, if it's a Paseo anyway.
Yeah,
it's not that it's gravel. Yeah. Okay, those are my questions, and if there's a second round, I'll come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chirakuru. We'll move to Commissioner Salem.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm kind of curious on the easement area. Is there anything there that accommodates valves or vents or other access points to the submerged pipeline? And also, has there been a study of safety and concern around having a substantial pipeline under a pedestrian way?
So the question is, are there elements of the pipeline that are visible to the public?
Well, yeah, or just in the path of the access way for the pedestrians, or are they under covers? I mean, obviously they'd be covered up, they wouldn't be out exposed, but is there an accommodation for any of the mechanical parts of the pipeline within the pedestrian passage?
I'd have to go back and take a look. There might be a box or two, but it's for the most part, it's landscaped and bermed and just one of these. It's a very it's a landscaped area for the most part. Does not involve much in the way of above ground facilities other than trees and landscaping.
Okay. As for the safety, has there been a conversation or a review of any potential issues that could result from a pipeline problem, a leak, or anything in that general vicinity? Because now it'll be a heavily used, probably pedestrian pathway.
Yeah, the main source of discussion with PG&E has been the landscaping, the proposed landscaping that would happen in the area and its effect on the pipeline itself. That's been their main concern as far as safety. So they've given the city regulations or at least guidelines for choice of landscaping in relation to the easement.
Okay, well, I'll form some other questions more offline then, because yeah, PG&E doesn't have a very good track record for safety. And I'm just a little concerned that having that as a designated pedestrian area right above an active pipeline might be uncomfortable for people, but we'll see. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Salem. I see we have questions from Commissioner Huang, followed by Harrow, followed by Akezi. Commissioner Huang?
Hi, yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is, on page 5 of your presentation. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, the one you just showed. It's in the middle. It's the highest density urban center. That's maybe
Okay,
my
yes.
number is different from yours. Sorry, yeah, you I don't know which page number on your presentation, since I opened the file emailed to me before. So,
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, so on the plan, I noticed the highest density, the urban center, it's in the middle of the area.
Okay.
Actually, I'm thinking, do you think it's better to have the highest density move to the north side? Since if it's in the middle, let's say it's 12-story high building, maybe you have some shadow on the, yeah, this one, yeah. So you see the orange in the middle, it's the highest density.
Mm-hmm.
Then to the north, that's a lower density. Does it make sense to move the highest density to the north side? Since across the street, it's just a parking lot, right? You don't have the shadow impact to the residents. But if
right, so
yeah,
so shade and shadow is a concern, but I think part of this was just based on stakeholder input as to what they were interested in developing and willing to build. And ZNL, the people or the development group that owns this parcel were initially very interested in building type 1 construction, so towers at relatively at high density, so over 250 dwelling units to the acre. They've scaled back their plans at this point. I think part of it is just the feasibility of that type of development, given the costs of things like steel. So they're reconsidering, but yeah, the shade and shadow impacts are a good thought. But those considerations, and that's one of the things that we are doing with locating taller buildings closer to the center of the project, just because of the potential for shade and shadow across Calabasas Creek into Sunnyvale, which is a major concern of the city of Sunnyvale. So that's one way that we've taken that idea of taller buildings farther away from sensitive users and applied that within the plan. But yeah, unfortunately, these property owners were not interested in having a type 1 construction, having really tall buildings on their property.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Huang. We'll go to Commissioner Harrell.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mr. Davidson for his presentation. And this may be more of a concern directed at the EIR than the specific plan, but I wanted to bring up, first off, I want to piggyback on Lance's concerns with the pipeline, being a former pipe fitter. But John, as far as game day traffic is concerned, are there concerns about people wanting to live here so close to the stadium? And is there possibly a traffic plan in control? I mean, that's a lot of bodies to stuff in a small area. And my concern is people may not want to live there as a residential development. I don't know.
So the EIR does disclose the effect of traffic on game day within the plan area. So that's something that developers and well, especially developers, maybe not so much future residents, but developers can at least consider when they're thinking about developing here.
The other thing is, yeah, I didn't even really give much thought of that easement for the pipeline until Lance brought it up. Thank you for that, Commissioner Salim. Isolation valves, all part of the piping system. If there was a failure, if there was a problem, I'd like to know the location of the isolation valves. They probably would not be on that easement, but they should be adjacent to it somewhere. And it should be all part of requirements under fire code, bare minimum. So I just wanted to bring that up and see if PG&E has disclosed locations for isolation valves on that particular easement. Also, on the opposite easement that Commissioner Cherukuru had brought up, why it was smaller, it looks to me like there's an electrical bus running underneath that side of the street that's considerably smaller than the opposite gas service easement.
Right, that on both sides of the street, there's an electric easement that typically runs underneath the sidewalk.
Gotcha, but on one side, only one side is gas service, so.
Right, correct.
How would they get gas service off of that main to the adjacent properties? Will there be more underground gas service and services running to separate parcels throughout the plan or the area?
Yeah, and I'm going to have to rely on you as a pipe fitter to explain, the piping system. But yeah, I would think that lower pressure gas lines that are running off of the high pressure main would be servicing the parcels across the street.
Okay, and there should be some requirements for isolation of those additional utilities as well. I just wanted to bring that up and
sure,
in the concern of safety.
Okay.
Is that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Harrell. We had Commissioner Ikezi with her hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Sure.
Can you? I'm trying to understand the context of this plan, John. Why are we having a specific plan instead of a developer-driven proposal?
I think that the main reason is that this was a future focus area in the city's general plan. And per the general plan, we're supposed to have a planning process to get an idea together. These are 17 different developers This was a way to
Oh.
organize all of the different developers together, have meetings with all of them, and come up with a consensus-based process for development, or a consensus-based plan for development here.
Oh, wow. So,
John, if I may add on to that too, this is Andrew Crabtree,
Yep.
Director of Community Development. And just note that exactly what John has said is the underlying rationale. And it's actually spelled out in our general plan that there's a policy that we can have a specific plan, in this case, initiated when developers are interested. And they did approach the council originally with that proposal. And council did give us direction to go forward with preparation of the specific plan. So we're ultimately following the city council direction in doing this effort.
oh, okay. Now I understand. Thank you. I mean, this was a huge amount of work for the planning department. So yeah, it's fabulous. I have just two quick questions. So this is right next to the future Keeley or Kylie site. So how does the proposal compare with the massing and the height of Keeley's project? What Keeley may propose, and is this going to be subject to the Patrick Henry going to be subject to review by the FAA in terms of like height and the stuff that became an issue with Keeley?
Yeah, Patrick Henry went to the Airport Land Use Commission in July of this year. So that's already been, the airport issues have already been cleared with the Airport Land Use Commission. Whether or not, or how it relates and what the heights are for the Kylie project, I think that's something that Rena might have, or Andrew might have a little bit more information on, because there's just within the past couple of weeks a revised plan that's come in for the Kylie project.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify, we actually haven't received their revised proposal yet. Their application, it has changed pretty substantially from the application that they submitted a few years ago. They received feedback from the FAA that they needed to change the height of their buildings. And so the proposal is reduced, but a lot of the elements of what they proposed originally, based on conversations we've had with them, are still similar. They are proposing, doing more of a very integrated development that really looks at one parcel as like a contiguous whole rather than individual properties that might get subdivided later, for instance. So there is, proposed to be a garage that would be continuous underneath, but I don't want to be like a spoiler for the Kylie project when it comes forward, if you will.
Sure.
But it is still proposed to be high density, not nearly as high of density as that they were proposing initially, but still,
Okay.
Probably very compatible to what we're seeing here in Patrick Henry Drive.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi. We'll move to Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chair. John, very nice plan. First of all, congratulations. Big, very big, lots of things to think about. So, of course, many different permutations and combinations, and some very good points brought about by the commissioners. The question I had, John, I'm not sure whether it's getting too far down in the weeds, but I'll ask it anyways. A lot of the new developments have balconies which are effectively unusable. And here's what I'm saying. In this illustration here, you see there's just one person in there. You can't really fit another person. And what happens is if you put a couple of chairs in the balcony, then you have difficulty moving around on the balcony. Guess what? The balconies don't get used. Just questioning, is there a limitation that you're working under for balcony size, or this is just an illustration and I should wait for the main plan? Thank you.
It's just an illustration, but I think that point's well taken, that to maintain usable balconies, something like a minimum depth of 6 feet might be appropriate. So that's something that we'll take a look at in the plan, and if it's not there, we'll consider adding it prior to getting the plan completely finalized.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar. I had a couple of questions, and first, John, let me apologize. I had a computer/internet hiccup, So my two questions may have already been answered. If so, just give me a brief heads up.
Sure.
The first one, keep that same page on the screen where it shows protected bike lane. I'm assuming, but I'd like for you to clarify that that means there's actually a barrier. And what type of barrier would it be between
I'd
the
have to
bikes and the cars?
I'd have to go back and look at the bicycle master plan. It could, I mean, as shown, it's shown with bollards with temporary barriers.
Okay.
Some of the concerns just for having curbs along a protected bike lane, it can create a certain amount of it can make bike lanes kind of a catch-all for storm trash and waste. It's difficult to clean them out. And if you're ever over in Fremont on Fremont Boulevard and look at their protected bike lanes, you'll see what I mean. It's a mess. You actually street departments actually need smaller street sweepers to clean them out. So that's a concern and something that we haven't. That's deeper into the implementation of it all. But is your concern or is your interest in protected bike lanes or
My
fully
interest,
curved?
well, my interest is something that accommodates people on bicycles that doesn't make it easy for a car to, you know, kind of pass on the right to get around it. It's bicycle safety. That's my
Right.
concern,
Okay.
because I don't think painted bike lanes get us there. So my other question, and again, my apologies if you already answered it, but in looking at the letter from the Library Board of Trustees, two things hit me: the needs of the community and the college evolving independently. I think that's a good point. And even if we didn't have the funds to immediately construct the facility, that's what they'd like to have. My thoughts are, if staff could comment on that potential.
So comment on the potential of
Separate library or facility along the lines of what they're asking.
So I'm gonna let Andrew or Rena weigh in on this one because the idea was to have a private library facility, and there was a very preliminary question from a city council person at the December 7th study session, just about the possibility of a joint use facility. That's about the extent of the question at this point. But Andrew, if you want to characterize it better, go ahead.
I think that's a fair characterization, John. You know, we had been looking since the beginning of this plan at the possibility of a branch library location within the specific plan area. We, you know, had the densities. Really, we had direction from council to work with the stakeholders to identify what densities they were interested in developing, and we brought that forward to the council. And it was in the context of that discussion, it was noted at that time that ZNL was proposing a significantly higher density than the other developers or property owners in the area. And so, you know, the council asked us to explore the possibility of community benefits for increased density and the potential of a branch library site as a community benefit. So we spent some time working through that. As John, I think, mentioned earlier, ZNL is not really looking at this point to do the higher density. So we you know, in noting that with the city council, we were looking at other options where rather than sort of a storefront incorporated into the development, the city might do a standalone library within the park as part, well, I shouldn't say standalone, but a separate building. It would be also potentially a community center recreational facility. And I think it was at that point, you know, we did hear the comment from the council about a possible access to a Mission College libraries being something the city should explore, but we don't have any specific direction or information beyond that. And that was fairly recently. That was our study session we had just in the last year. So, you know, it's just a relatively new idea that was brought up at that point.
Thank you. So it's sort of a to be determined type of thing, right? Is that fair assessment?
Yeah, I think,
Andrew?
it's something that, staff has not really had opportunity to explore further.
All right.
But but we will do what we can to educate ourselves around how that might be a possibility if it is, and what it would look like. And, I think that's all part of the process. We hear the comments tonight about the concerns from the community on that too. So, all that is part of our information gathering. And Rena, maybe you want to add anything?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is I think there is an opportunity to, in creation of using perhaps, park fees that would be collected for all the development that's obligated to create, to pay fees, a community park use. And because there would be opportunity perhaps to fund construction of a park building, that maybe that could be leveraged to be a joint facility, since there's an opportunity to perhaps create a building for a community purpose, that maybe that could be expanded as well. That, there's an opportunity there because we may be able to have fees to create a park building. We did make it very clear that we don't have fees, or we cannot collect fees, and there isn't a funding source that's established for a library. That could be something, a bond measure that the library pursues in the future, though. So this would keep an open door for something like a joint facility with the city's park department and library coming together to have a joint facility adjacent to that park.
Thank you, Rena. Or perhaps a little help with collaboration with Mission College, but I don't know. I think the important part is the options are still there, so I appreciate it. We have Commissioner Huang and Commissioner Cherakuru. Commissioner Huang?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, actually, you just mentioned the divider between bike lane and the car lane. Just some feedback, since I have some friends living in Fremont. John also mentioned that's a mess. I think because the road is not even, it causes a lot of problem. Personally, I think it's because the road is not even, it may also cause some problem for the bikers. So just for your information, that's it. Thank you. I fully understand your concern. Yeah, just give you some feedback. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Huang. We have Commissioner Cherakuru.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the second round. I have, again, a quick 3 clarifications. One, the plan does not show the actual location of the school and or the library. How is there an intent that will be based on how proposals come in, or is there an identified parcel that's where the school is going to go and that's where the library will go?
As far as the school, the school district has to find a site and purchase a site for a school to come into being. So we analyzed the possibility of a school in the EIR, but did not plan for it in the land use plan. When the school district comes in and has a school proposal, we'll sit down with them and go ahead and start planning. As far as the,
I would just add, I think the city would facilitate any real location probably that the school would be interested in, but they would have to actually purchase the site itself. But and I'm sure, John, you're going to mention this, it was actually analyzed to facilitate that in the EIR.
Yeah, correct. So
that could be a private school. It doesn't have to be the school district.
Correct.
No, because, one of the things that we are, and I'm sure the trend is going both ways. We've heard other surrounding cities have issues with closing down of schools. But if you're planning this many housing, it's always been a disconnect between how many schools are able to support the proposed plan and growth of all these residential units. It is an overage on the school district, and many a time they are not able to support. So it feels like a chicken and egg, where we are saying, well, the school needs its own land, but we are planning all these housing around it. Is the anticipation then all of that whole volume will just go down to the, so I'm trying to understand, how is the communication between the school district, like you did with Mission College, like you did with your library? What is the communication with school district?
The school, go ahead, Rena.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, so we have communicated with the school district at different points in this plan. And we have actually also coordinated communications with particular property owners in the plan to see if they were, they were interested in selling their property to kind of facilitate that conversation with the school district. I mean, they are a separate entity and they would have to make a sale and a transaction like that happen. But the city has, in the past facilitated those conversations as well. So, I think the city is certainly as cooperative as we can be without identifying a specific parcel, which could in and of itself be maybe challenging in that we certainly asked all the stakeholders to raise their hand if anybody wanted to identify themselves specifically as a school site. And I think everyone wanted to keep the options open. So we are continuing those communications with the city, the school district, the public school district. And if any project move forward, because we've provided environmental clearance and they have their own process, as I think you're aware, with the state, it would be pretty streamlined for a school to be able to be developed in the plan area.
Yeah, I'll just put that out as a recommendation that the city would be forewarned with all of the other proposals coming right adjacent with the Kylie project, with the related. We are not planning for number of schools. We are, it seems like we are not being really progressive in all our thought process, because if you're adding this many residential unit, it is not supplemented with the appropriate number of schools. And that is a huge land use issue if we don't have a predetermined site by this, partnership, or I just feel that there's a huge gap in the demand that it's going to come, that all these housing is going to bring forward. The second is what has been the partnership with VTA, because you're going to plan for appropriate lanes for bus circulation, or is it not? I'm trying to understand how VTA is engaged with this kind of a residential.
VTA was one of the primary participants in our technical advisory committee, and especially considering lane widths for transit and where the bus routes might run. So they've been involved with the Patrick Henry Drive process since 2018. So,
and is there a notion that they could go all electric?
I haven't heard that. That's something that's within VTA's planning services. I don't know.
Okay. Just a thought that the sections didn't show potential if there is an actual bus lane separation. I see the bike lane, but it doesn't seem to confirm. And last, I wanted to make sure that what was that? BT. There was one thought that just slipped my mind. I'm sure.
Can I just wait a little bit on that bus line too? I just want to clarify too that there, I believe, John, there's planned bus stop within the plan area, but the intent is that buses run within the same traffic lanes.
Right. Right.
So the VTA has reviewed it, and this is, we're working with them per their interest in how they would provide service here.
Thank you, Andrew. I think that was helpful for my clarification, and the last one just slipped, but thank you again, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherakuru. It looks like we have somebody from the public who wants to comment, but I want to make sure, do we have any other questions from the commissioners before I move to the public? It looks like we don't. So Elizabeth, do we have someone patiently waiting from the public who wants to speak?
I am looking here. Yes, we have 4 hands up. The first one will be, it's either Erica or Paul Valentine, and public speakers have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Go ahead, Valentine. You're on mute. There you are.
Hi, good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Erica Valentine. I am with UA Local 393, and I am also with the MEPS Silicon Valley Group, and we represent 17,000 working families who make their living as plumbers, electricians, sheet metal workers, and sprinkler fitters. Several hundred of our members from UA Local 393, the IBEW 332, Sheet Metal Workers 104, Sprinkler Fitters Local 483 live within a few minutes walk or drive from the specific planning area. Our members urge you to move forward with scenario 1, which would allow the development of 12,000 new residential units. The city desperately needs more housing to help address the jobs and housing imbalance. But I also want to ask that you address the following issues. Who is going to build the housing issues? Who is going to build the housing? Will the city be putting local workforce criteria in place? Also, will the city be addressing utilizing skilled labor in the apprenticeship programs? There's other policies from other cities such as Mountain View and Sunnyvale that have adopted workforce language that have impacted their planning policies. So we urge that you answer these questions, and we encourage you to use local hire because it has additional benefits such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions and generating increased sales tax revenue as our local construction workforce spends their wages within their community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erica. Steph, do you want to answer that question, or should we take all the other questions first?
We
ahead,
can
Rita.
answer. Yeah, we can answer that question to the best we can. This issue was raised at the City Council study session just a few weeks ago, and we've asked our developers, stakeholders to help us as we are balancing feasibility of the plan, as well as obviously an interest in wanting to be responsive to the topics about local workforce apprenticeship programs. So we haven't yet had an opportunity to get a response from the stakeholders on that. So I just want you to know it's something that staff's still coordinating internally with them. We did get this question at our recent council study session, but we don't have a good answer on how the city could be responsive to it.
Okay, thank you, Rena. Moving to the next member of the public, Elizabeth.
Hi, this is Karen. Our next public speaker is Jonathan E. Jonathan, you have been unmuted.
Are you there, Jonathan?
Just unmuted now. Is the audio working?
There we go. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Biagini and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm a member of the Santa Clara City Library Board of Trustees. And you've already heard the board's letter and recommendation to support a library in the park as part of this plan. And so the rest of the comments are actually on my own. So today's libraries provide many services to our residents. Besides books, they provide a third place where the community can gather educational resources for children, youth, and adults, digital equity programs, workforce training, tax preparation assistance, food security, and more. Libraries have evolved with the times and will continue to evolve with the needs of the community. There was a suggestion at the December 7th council meeting that due to cost, perhaps the Santa Clara City Library could partner with Mission College Library for services. While partnership might be possible for some programs, the services a college library needs to provide differs from that of the community library. Such a partnership would be a challenge as the College of Trustees would be understandably prioritize the needs of the college over that of the wider city. There's even an example of this tonight where Mission College has declined connectivity to the wider Patrick Henry Drive area. Mission College is not the right partner for a city branch library, and we need to be in control of our own destiny. And it's important that even if we don't have immediate funding, we incorporate a place for such a future branch library into specific plan within the park. We don't often have projects in the city where we have a large enough public space to accommodate civic building, such as a library or community center, especially on the northwest side of the city as part of a residential focused area. And I think the discussion about schools was also very important because we need to really make space for these things as we build out for more and more residents. And so I also appreciate some of the comments earlier about enabling mixed use along the park front instead of just restricting it necessarily to Patrick Henry Drive and giving flexibility for the plan. Finally, I call on the Planning Commission to recommend that the city continue to invest in a library as part of the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan and work out a partnership between the library and the parks for it. We don't really want to lose this opportunity while we still have it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan E. Elizabeth, who do we have next?
We have
Our-
Edward Strine.
Yeah, I live right behind Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, and I've been here at Citation Homes Development since I believe it was 1998. Yeah, it's been over 20 years. And I noticed some of the buildings are sitting empty, industrialized buildings between Great American Parkway and Agnew Road off Mission College Boulevard. And I believe it was because of the COVID problem. But across the street on Freedom Circle, I thought the project was going to be tied into Patrick Henry. And I noticed they're putting new roofs on some of the buildings. Has that project been scratched and that is no longer viable? That's one question I have. And I look forward to something that north side of Santa Clara doesn't have, which is like something similar to a 24-hour fitness center, something that's affordable to residents. I mean, there's an Orange Theory, and there's talk of Equinox Hotel coming to the related project, and I believe they also have a gymnasium, but from what I understand, they charge quite a bit of money for their membership. So I'm asking if you guys can maybe save some space for something similar to like a 24-hour fitness center, if not a 24-hour fitness center, something related to that type of business where people can go to and spend time working out. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. By the way, I happen to notice a sign out in front of the old Orchard Supply on El Camino and Lawrence that there's a 24-hour fitness going in. But staff, did you want to comment on his questions?
Yeah, just in terms of buildings being re-roofed in the Freedom Circle area, yeah, some of the property owners are choosing to continue with industrial uses in that area, and that's a longer term orientation on their part for industrial uses. The city is moving forward with a Freedom Circle focus area where eventually, if property owners are interested, they could pursue a specific plan in that part of the city directly across Great America Parkway. And then but that's longer term. And then in terms of a 24-hour fitness or some other fitness use, that's just something that individual property owners are responsible for in terms of tenanting their own buildings. The city really isn't involved with that.
And I would just add to that though, John, is that that's what all the mixed use buildings, pretty much most of the ground floor that's identified for mixed use would be able to facilitate a fitness center if really the property developers saw a market for it, which sounds like there's a good market for it. So hopefully you would be able to see one, but we as a city can't guarantee a specific tenant like that.
Thank you, John and Rena. Elizabeth, I think we have one more hand up from the public.
We do, Jan Hintermeister.
There you are, Jan. You can speak. It's
Great.
your. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Jan Hintermeister. I've been on the Board of Library Trustees for about 5 years now. And, I'm concerned about our library system in general. Our population in Santa Clara is going to increase over the years. And actually with the proposed planning developments, it's going to increase quite dramatically. In 2019, our board looked at plans in progress that would ultimately add about 54,000 people, something about a 40% population increase to our city over the next 10 to 15 years. And unlike a lot of essential infrastructure, and I consider libraries essential, there's no mechanisms in place to plan for or finance library functions. I view that as kind of a gap in our city processes. And in fact, reminds me a little bit of what Commissioner Cherukuru talked about regarding schools. As we continue to bring in people, but there's, unlike for roads or parks or utilities, there's no mechanism in place to make sure that our library services keep up with the increased population. So I view that as a real critical issue for us. And the only opportunity we have right now is to look at these larger developments and try to see where we could potentially fit in a library of some kind. So I would encourage you to be aware of this problem and keep the need for library services and increases in that space, to continue to press for that as you make recommendations to the City Council for their March meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Do we have any phone-in calls? Anything else, Elizabeth?
And no, we don't. No more hands raised, so no more requests.
Okay, let me go back to our Commissioner Chair Kuru. Looks like your hand was up.
Quick, do we need to close public hearing first?
Not for a study session. Thank you.
Okay, so I would highly encourage city staff to actually look at a parcel more closely for both a school and a library associated. It can be a parcel only because we don't want it to be an afterthought for infrastructure. More specifically, you don't want a school coming up at the tail end of a property when it's not the right location. Urban planning principles is you plan for the right land uses within the right locations. And so we don't want it to be left to destiny, for lack of a better word here. It has to be a thought process in a specific plan as to which is the most suitable parcel for that kind of a public common use. Because we are fully cognizant that this is going to be a private developer driven space, but I'm worried of it being left to the elements, if for lack of a better word, that when a school comes, we'll pick which site it's coming for. I don't think that's the right approach. If we are doing land uses, we should plan for the appropriate infrastructure, whether it's a VTA bus stop, whether it's the right road widths, whether it's the bike lane, whether it's the right circulation in and out, if a school is allowed in this. And I would highly encourage that a school, albeit a small, even if it's just a primary capacity, be planned within this specific plan. Otherwise, you're not going to ever do it. I guarantee you almost it will never happen. So that's my 2 cents. With that, I yield chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chair Kuru. Let's see, do we have anyone else who wants to speak?
Chair,
Yeah.
I just want to add a little bit about the school question. And I'll note that, the city does meet regularly with the school district. And we've talked about this specific plan throughout the last few years, 3 years with them. And they've expressed an interest. Initially, there was a proposal for a school site within the Kylie project adjacent. Kylie is no longer proposing a school site within their project. But even when there was that proposal, the school district still was interested in exploring it within Patrick Henry. We've reached out to the property owners sort of on their behalf and attempting to facilitate if there was a property owner interested in selling to the school district, and had some discussions there. But at this point, the school district's not indicated that they wanted to pursue anything based on cost of the land in the area. So, and the state law establishes the framework for how we approach planning for schools, and it was very, very clear that the school district has the responsibility and the prerogative to do the school planning. We collect the fees for them, and we verify, we make sure that the development pays the school fees, I should say. We don't collect it for them, but we make sure that development is paying the fees that are established by state law. And we understand that the school district's concerns about those fees not being sufficient for what they want to do, but we do follow closely with the state law in regards to how we approach this. Since the land is in private ownership, we can't designate a property for a public use in a way that would basically be a taking of the property, as the school district needs approximately 5 acres or so to develop a school, and so they would need an entirety of a parcel really to move forward with one.
Thank you, Andrew. Sorry, through the chair. What about for private schools then, Andrew? The Stratfords, the Challengers, the
Sure. Yeah, the process, with private development is that, we can, through our planning, allow for different types of uses. So we can allow for a private school, which I believe we are within the mixed use properties. But, it would really require one of those businesses that, or nonprofits or whoever it might be to purchase the site and then move forward, or have a lease or whatever the case might be, so that they could develop it.
Yeah, I'm just sharing my my background in urban planning, that kind of a school cannot be an afterthought, especially if you're laying groundwork from a subdivision standpoint or from an actual planning standpoint. What you would be inherently then doing is limiting then its future if it's not planned with appropriate road width. So for instance, if it comes as a tail end, yeah, anyway along this, I'm saying if it's along the retail corridor, I didn't see sufficient land for a school.
You mean the existing parcels are all out there established, and a lot of them are smaller than what the school district would want. But there are some that are, they'd either have to acquire multiple parcels, or there are a few that they've looked at that are big enough. But yeah, it's just something, that we've really done what we can with the EIR, trying to facilitate it, including it in there as a use, so that it's easier for the school district to go forward.
And thank you, Andrew. Very helpful clarification for the group and the audiences. Similar thought process also for library, if possible.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cherakuru.
This is Rena. Sorry, I just wanted to add. I just want to add on the library. There's actually been a lot of site design and planning around a shared building with a park, community center, shared library that could potentially go on dedicated parkland that would be used for these like public uses. So there's actually been a fair amount of, I wouldn't say it's, an actual site layout, but there's been conceptual kind of, can we fit test fitting square footages on areas in the site plan?
Great, thank you. And that's very, very progressive. So thank you, Rena, for clarifying that.
Okay, Commissioner Harrow.
Am I on?
You are now.
Very good, thank you. So since we're on the topic of schools and libraries, and we recently had an applicant for a daycare center, it seems like a great opportunity and a perfect location if somebody was interested in developing a daycare center in that location. Being as how there's open spaces there and parks, and those were some of the issues with that previous applicant that they had. I just thought I'd throw that out there. It seems like an ideal location. I also, I know this sounds maybe a little bit on the ridiculous side, but all of this talk of building a school and all of that is requiring public money if it was going to be done, purchased through the school district. Has anybody considered approaching the 49ers and putting our hand out as a city? One of the initial promises of the 49ers when the initial campaign rolled around was that part of the funding from the stadium or the revenues from the stadium would be money going to our schools. That's what we pitched to the public. That was part of our campaign. The revenues from this stadium will help benefit our schools. I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm wondering if we could extend a proverbial olive branch to the team to see if they would be interested in helping the city on the ways of funding a school. I know that's really progressive thinking, and it's probably something they would probably laugh us right out of their office. I don't know. But I just wanted to throw that out there that, we've got a multi-billion-dollar NFL team here. We helped bring them here. And in the spirit of cooperation, maybe we should be speaking with them on getting their assistance on building a school. I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. And actually, I was of the impression, and I don't remember why, maybe staff can help me, that there already was a daycare facility at Mission College, but maybe I'm wrong. Staff? I see Rena.
I don't know of that.
I'm not
but
sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's more, I'm not certain if that exists or not.
Okay. All right.
Daycares by high density residential is always a good compatible,
Right.
service though.
Maybe it was something for Mission College. I'm not sure. Anyway, Commissioner Harrow, did you have something else? Your hand's still up?
Oh, no, I yield, Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Public or otherwise? Then I think we can close this session. Xander, we need to take a vote on closing the session.
Yeah, I move to close public hearing.
Or you can.
There you go. I think your Mr. Stump the attorney took care of it for you, Xander. Anyway, all right. I hear a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second by Commissioner Cherukuru. Elizabeth, can you take the vote?
Yes, one moment. Okay, the motion is to close public hearing. Chair Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Aye.
Commissioner Hero,
Aye.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Akezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salang,
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So let's move on to the second item, which is technically 1B from the consent calendar, which is review and recommend to the City Council to approve adoption of an ISMND, a billboard relocation agreement and zoning code amendment to allow the installation of a new single-sided LED digital billboard at 630 Laurelwood Road. And I think, Rena, you said you had a presentation on that. I have a hand up from Commissioner Salem first.
I think we needed to formally close out the previous item though, in like a file, a note or note and file, or is it just we're done? Maybe Xander could chime.
It's a study session. We just move on.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Salim. So I believe you're on, Rena.
Yeah, thank you. And I am going to hand the baton to our associate planner, Tiffany Vienne, who's the project manager of the billboard proposal. It's a billboard relocation agreement proposal on Laurelwood. Tiffany, are you ready to put your slides up?
Yes, this is Tiffany from the planning division. And can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, Tiffany. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great. So I'll be presenting the presentation on the proposed project at 630 Laurelwood Road. The proposed project is for the construction of a new 672 square foot single-sided LED digital billboard that is 14 feet by 18 feet and is 55 feet tall. There's an existing on-premise sign with two facings advertising the public storage business that would be removed from the project site for this project. And the proposed LED digital billboard display would cycle through a rotation of static images changing once every 8 seconds and would be primarily used for commercial advertisements. The sign will operate 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. Other uses for the sign include promoting community events, highlighting public awareness campaigns, and broadcasting emergency messages when necessary. The billboard will not show any video or motion, nor would it emit noise or audio. The existing project site is 4.41 acres The zoning of the site is light industrial with a light industrial general plan designation. The site is located adjacent to industrial, office, and commercial uses. And the proposed digital billboard would be single-sided with a southeast facing LED display that would be visible to vehicles traveling northbound on the US 101 highway. The proposed project is to construct a new billboard that would be located within an existing paved area near the southern boundary of the property currently developed with storage buildings. The display on the billboard would be mounted on a 55-foot tall supporting column. This supporting column will also include a 96 square foot public storage cabinet sign that is 8 feet by 12 feet and is mounted at 35 feet high. The city of Santa Clara has determined that billboards by their very nature, wherever located and however constructed, constitute as visual clutter and blight to the appearance of the city. It is the city's general policy to reduce the overall number of billboards by encouraging the removal of existing billboards and generally prohibiting the construction of new billboards. A billboard relocation agreement is an instrument that allows the siting of a new billboard in exchange for the removal of existing billboards in the city. The city's billboard relocation agreement policy stipulates that 3 billboard faces be removed in conjunction with 1 new billboard face. The billboard relocation agreement for this particular project includes the removal of 4 billboard facings in exchange for the installation of the proposed single-sided LED digital billboard. 1 billboard face on 2550 Lafayette Street was removed as a term of the banking agreement for the removal of 2 billboard faces located at 4545 Stevens Creek Boulevard. These 2 billboard faces at 4545 Stevens Creek Boulevard were removed and banked for use with this project as a part of the billboard banking agreement. In addition, one existing billboard face at 2983 El Camino Real will be removed as part of the subject billboard relocation agreement. So providing some background context to the existing billboard banking agreement, Outfront entered into a banking agreement with the city in 2017 with an initial 3-year term, and which was later extended to December 31st, 2021 under the First Amendment to the banking agreement. At the December 7th, 2021 City Council meeting, the Council authorized the City Manager to execute Amendment Number 2 to the billboard banking agreement with Outfront to extend the termination date from December 31st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. Along with this project, a zoning code text amendment is being brought forward to review to allow digital billboards to exceed the maximum 35 feet height limit for outdoor signs with the approval of the billboard relocation agreement. This billboard project at 630 Laurelwood Road is not the first project that has benefited from the allowance of increased height, as a similar billboard project with a proposed height of 55 feet located at 941 Laurelwood Road was approved back in 2015. In terms of environmental review, a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program was prepared by Denise Duffy and Associates. The environmental document was circulated for a 20-day public comment period from December 17th, 2021 to January 5th, 2022. We received 1 comment letter from the Santa Clara Valley Water District. Their comments have been responded to and incorporated into the MND, and the MMRP comment letter and response to the comments have all been uploaded onto the city's CEQA webpage for public review. So prior to this meeting, we did receive 1 public comment in regards to this proposed project. The comment letter included concerns relating to the height of the billboard, the LED display and light emission that may distract drivers on the highway, as well as the potential effects the billboard display may have on nocturnal habits of birds. In response to these comments, the existing heights of billboards along the US 101 highway range from 50 to 70 feet, with the average height being almost 58 feet tall. Outfront Media has also provided information on the lighting of their billboard signs, particularly regarding the frequency at which electronic advertisements will change, which is referred to as dwell time, and the brightness at which Outfront will broadcast the proposed electronic messaging. Outfront has concluded that their signs operate at approximately 1/6 of the maximum brightness levels allowed by California state law. In addition, operation of the sign will comply with the dwell time and brightness standards under the California Legislature, Caltrans, and the Federal Highway Administration. The staff recommendation is that the Planning Commission take the following actions, which are to adopt a resolution recommending council adoption of the IS/MND and MMRP prepared for this project, recommend adoption of the zoning code text amendment to allow for increased sign height, and recommend approval of the billboard relocation agreement. And that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand up from Commissioner Cherakuru.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad Rena pulled this out because otherwise I was going to request that this be pulled out. This is a full-on IS-M&D, and this is my pet project to discuss. So I have two questions up front. So I am reading the CEQA document, and I'm going to read it for the group here. The city of Santa Clara has determined that billboards, by their very nature, however constructed, constitute visual clutter and blight to the appearance of the city. It is the intent of the city to gradually reduce the overall number of billboards by limiting the number of billboards in Santa Clara and prohibiting the construction of new billboards. Santa Clara City Code Chapter 18.80 sign regulations. So first off, to the city staff, is this a new billboard? Or is this a relocation of an existing sign and billboard?
So the city's intent of our policy, there's actually a billboard relocation policy, and Tiffany referred to it in her PowerPoint presentation. The intent of the billboard relocation policy is to provide really the city leverage to reduce the number of billboards in the city by providing an exchange where a minimum, which it's actually a required 3 faces of billboards would have to be taken down in order for you to put up a new location. And, you know, it's assumed that a new location is desirable for various reasons for that particular billboard company. We don't get into details about, you know, the specificities of what the new billboard is, but the minimum is that 3 faces would be taken down in exchange for a new location. So the overall net number of billboards would be decreased in the city.
And would we then put a time limit? So I'm going to go further down into that same clause. Section 18.80221 of the city code stipulates that the city may enter into agreements to allow for the relocation of existing outdoor advertising displays. So I'm questioning staff interpretation of how relocation of existing outdoor allows staff to confirm that a new billboard is a relocation of 3 removal when the overall intent, and I say this because I implemented it along Highway 101, that it is banned. And the overarching goal has been because of the accidents. And I do want to clarify that we have also received another one from the Transportation DOT or Transportation Authority, which staff did not mention. That was in our, because it's very hard for me to see that public storage become a full-on LED with this caveat with no time limit.
I want to clarify, and Tiffany, can you clarify for us the public storage, which is on-site advertising? So we usually use the term billboard to refer to off-site advertising. So the public storage signage is on-site advertising, and it's not to be changed. It's a static sign, correct, Tiffany? The public storage sign itself.
Yes, the public storage sign is not LED, I believe.
Yeah, I know that. I saw that there. I know the public storage, but you're adding a full on, and the other 3 signs have already been removed. Great. But if it's relocation and this is a whole new business, it is not related to the public storage. It's not related directly to a business need there to justify that it be relocated on this specific location. It is still a branding. It is still a new billboard when the whole premise of the city code is that we will not be having new signs. So I'm kind of questioning how we are allowing a whole new LED billboard, albeit in exchange of 3 removal, when the whole premise is that we continue to remove. I can understand if it's a non-static and you're relocating a public storage, for instance, that same sign to be on site someplace else with similar infrastructure and, you know, look and feel. I get that. You know, there is an existing business operation and the relocation is to wean out, but this is a whole new level.
Assistant City Attorney Abby, do you want to weigh in on that interpretation?
Well, there is a definition of relocation in the Outdoor Advertising Act in Business Professions Code 5412. Relocation includes removal of a display and construction of a new display to substitute for the display removed. So consistent with the Outdoor Advertising Act, we are doing a relocation.
Consistent. This is 4 times what that public storage sign is. How do you call that consistent? And I just want to continue. I did notice that the MMRP came just today at 2. If staff could just pull up for our purposes, nowhere has the actual MMRP disclosed. Do you have the document that you could pull up to share? Because I do want to highlight a few very, and I think it was a very thorough ISMND. I read it as much as I could within the time I could, but very good ISMND. I do want to highlight to the Planning Commission, especially because we do land use and CEQA is within our forte, that we are approving an ISMND, that we understand, eyes fully wide open, what are the mitigations? Why wasn't that in our presentation? If you could please bring up those MMRP.
Yeah, I'm asking Tiffany right now to pull it out.
Because we just glazed through, there are at least 6, if not 5, if not 6. You could just go to the MMRP, Tiffany.
All right, I am pulling up right now, sorry.
So I'll continue to just mention while Tiffany is pulling it up. There were about 5, again, with mitigations, significant impacts identified. Of course, it is with mitigations, so I will yield that. But with air quality, which was very interesting for me to read, that LED contributes to air quality related issues. The others are reasonable. I understand most of it is air construction, noise, and air construction mitigation. The other was the biological, which that it would incur, which is also understandable, archaeological understandable. But I was going to highlight to the Planning Commission here that this particular new has its own mitigations that we should fully well understand. And that this is a new sign that goes without a time limit, which then is a replacement of a replacement of a replacement into perpetuity if we use that clause. It's not relieving that we are getting towards minimizing new LED, because the others were static. I know the previous ones were static. They were not LED, even the ones removed along El Camino.
And that has to be consistent with the policy.
Yeah, but they're adding a new LED. How is that consistent with our policy though?
That has been the practice of the council the last 2 times this has been done. Removal of 3 static billboards in exchange for erection of 1 LED billboard. That's been what they've done previously. The last time was in 2015.
Interesting.
So that's been the direction of the city council. I think you've made it clear you disagree with that direction, but I think that is following the policy that the council has set.
Great, thank you for that past practice. Again, I would highly caution, because of the added nature of along the way, we are only one of the cities, because both other sides we have limited, including San Jose as well as Mountain View. So we are one city that adds a new layer of distraction when 101, especially with 101 traffic. It is not helping the case. So Great America had the same. And by the way, just personally, I have nothing. I come from a land of signs. I've seen that in every other high density urban setting. But I know the intent on 101 and surrounding cities and our city's goals. I just feel that we are taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back.
I would just I would refer you to the council's policy, which actually they adopted, I think, back in 2011. It actually even contains a paragraph describing how the new billboard will be used, requiring that a certain percentage of the face time be used for public service announcement. So clearly, council envisioned that this would be a changing face LED when they adopted that policy.
So let me ask, what was the goal at the time when the policy, and I don't know if it's a policy, it says city code there, 18.80, which might be, was there an actual goal of a threshold of timeline for city? Or was this like, as in time, whenever it's going to, there was no actual goal of by such and such date, we would ensure that moving forward, we would not be.
So the city is limited, when we issue entitlements, right? They run with the land typically. So the opportunities the city has is whenever a parcel redevelops, that's the first thing we ask for. We want to see a billboard removed. A relocation policy allows the city to create a very clear set of criteria where our ultimate goal is a reduction in number. Here, it's 3 for 1. In this particular proposal, there are actually 4 billboards that will be replaced for the one that they're proposing. It's really also a part of the banking agreement. There was another billboard that was removed on Lafayette Street that Tiffany referred to. But the overall goal is the amount of visual blight. So really trying to, I understand it's not exactly the same, but it's also not the exact same in number. It's not a 1-for-1 removal and replacement. It's 3 for 1. And in this case, it's actually 4 for 1, but just providing some connections back to the connection to the policy.
Thank you for that additional clarification. I just feel that static to LED is a complete new. It goes one step further. So thank you though. But staff, if you want to just quickly talk to the MMRP.
Tiffany, so it can be a little, is there something, Commissioner Shirakuru, Tiffany has it up. Is there something you would like us to highlight? Because I know,
just the
you probably don't want us to read all the bullet points.
No, not all the bullet points, just the 5 areas of impact. What this is intended to, what ISMND
Tiffany, can
are
you
we
just
approving?
Mention the environmental impact, so the left column for the different areas that are impacted. And then obviously the mitigation measures, there are a lot listed. So I don't know if you can just walk us through it.
And just the last comment from DOT, or I might be saying, was there a transportation authority that also gave a comment letter just today?
No, we did not. We sent this to Caltrans, and Caltrans did not have any comments for this project. So for the first environmental impact is on air quality, and I can read the environmental impact. So that's the construction of the proposed project will result in the exposure of sensitive receptors to substantial pollutant concentration. Next is biological resources, and the construction of the proposed project would interfere substantially with the movement of any native resident or migratory fish or wildlife species, or the established native resident or migratory wildlife corridors, or impede the use of native wildlife nursery sites. There are also cultural resources / tribal cultural resources, and the impact is that the construction of the proposed project will result in a substantial adverse change in the significance of an archaeological resource pursuant to 15064.5, or disturbed human remains, including those interred outside of formal cemeteries. And there are also other section is hazards and hazardous materials, and construction of the proposed project would create a significant hazard to the public or the environment through reasonably foreseeable upset and accident conditions involving the release of hazardous materials into the environment. And those are the 5 areas for the MMRP.
I do want to add that some of these impacts are often associated with any new construction where you're digging in dirt, and the mitigation measures are consistent with projects where you have new construction, those kind of important safety measures that are taken to make sure that lead isn't distributed in the air if that was like a potential source, so in the soil, or a lot of precautionary things that you would if you encounter any remains, how would you handle it? And you would have to have on-site monitoring and such. So just wanted to provide that caveat for those who don't look at M&Ds very regularly.
Thank you. And you mentioned that the Valley Water District's concerns have been redressed here. And I know there was a 1A and a 1B, and I apologize that I haven't had a chance to fully look into it since we just received it. What was the 1B responsible attachment intended to be?
Tiffany, do you know the reference to 1B attachment? I know the Valley Water, I know the Valley Water comment, but I don't know if that's what is corresponding to 1B.
Potentially, just give us separate documents, yeah.
Is it the Valley Water comment or the response to the comments?
I think it's the response to the comments.
Okay, great.
And that's in the MMRP or I'm sorry, is in the MND right now, I'm assuming. The response. Okay, I just wanted to bring in awareness. So thank you for hanging in with me there. Thank you, Rena, and thank you, Tiffany, for walking us through. I'll let the other questions come through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherakuru. We have Commissioner Harrow, followed by Commissioner Huang.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for staff. On the 4 billboards that were sacrificed for this digital monstrosity, do we have locations and content of those previous billboards? And do we have photographs and whatnot that we could share with us to see what was sacrificed for this digital billboard, please?
We have the locations. These were static. And when we say static, they mean imagine a billboard,
Understood.
your typical billboard, right? And the messages change based on, you know, the time and point. So we do have the locations identified. And Tiffany, I'm going to ask you to go to that slide that you list the 4. One is on Lafayette Street.
Do we have them on the map, possibly, so that I can recall?
We don't have them pinpointed on a map, no.
I'm interested in what they were and like the exact location so I can recall them if possible. And only one of them to this date has been removed so far, right?
Actually, I believe 3 of them have been removed. In order to enter into a banking agreement with the city for the 2 faces at 4545 Stevens Creek Boulevard, we actually asked that they remove the face at 2550 Lafayette Street, which I believe has been removed. So that's 3 faces that were removed. 2 they got credit for in a banking agreement where they were banked. So the city didn't bank the 2550 Lafayette. It was just sort of like the sacrifice. If we were going to bank, you have to also give us an additional sign. So these 2 faces are being applied to the bank, right? And then they will be, if this relocation agreement is approved, they will also remove the face at 2983 El Camino Real. So as I had mentioned before, the relocation policies stipulates 3. We just felt like we should explain how there's also a 4th face that's also removed in conjunction with this whole arrangement.
Understood. So we have addresses, but we don't have actual pictures or anything like that. I'm not even interested in the content of the sign more than I am the location, so I can physically see that, you know?
I do have to say that the applicant will give a presentation after we're done kind of taking the questions from the commission. So that may or may not be information that they have available to share.
Understood. Thank you.
I believe they may be mapped in the MND on pages. Having trouble finding it. I thought they were mapped on like 17 or I'm not sure it's a map actually.
Yeah, it's an aerial. I think you're right, Xander. There is an aerial, and I'm trying to find. Okay, I think I can share some stuff here that might be helpful.
Might be helpful. Thank you.
Tiffany, can you stop sharing? And I'm just going to share the initial study. And there are some aerials that were included that might be helpful to you, Commissioner. So let's go back here. So here is the description of the billboards that are laid out. Sorry.
I believe it's just the billboard that's still remains to be removed, for which we have an.
So yes, it's just the El Camino Real one, which is on Alpine and El Camino.
Huh?
You know, it's really hard to tell where that is. I think we do describe where it is. Hold on, it might be southeast corner. It's the billboard is on a property used for retail and commercial. To the east, residential to the north. It's one sign, the existing two-side billboard would be removed. The north side of the roadway at the intersection, sorry, going back here. So north side of roadway near intersection. So this is east, west, north side near the intersection. North is up here.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is where I would think it's generally at.
I think I see it. I wish you could see my mouse.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've got it. Okay.
Okay.
It's the old landscape location or Copen McFeeters, I believe.
Okay.
And that might be before your time. Copen McFeeters was a boat dealership that was there for decades that we lost. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Harrow. I remember it, by the way. The old guys, I guess. All right, next up, Commissioner Hong.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, my question is also, since in the presentation, they mentioned that we have 50 to 70 feet billboard along Highway 101. Do we have some picture to show and roughly where's the location? So yeah, I tried since 55 feet tall billboard sounds a little bit hard to me. I try to have some real idea how tall it is. Thank you. I yield.
Commissioner Wang, we don't have photos of the billboards, but we do have a listing of various different signs. Tiffany, I don't know, I hate to put you on the spot. Do you have that handy where there's the list of the various different billboards on 101 that just kind of gives the range of heights?
Yeah, the applicant actually sent me an email, so I can pull that up. It has a table of the of their billboards along US Highway 101. So let me pull that up. Yeah, so these are the billboard locations and their sign height. And these are on US Highway 101.
Okay. Also, the size of the billboard compared to this listed in the email, it only mentioned the height, right? Maybe also the width. So what's how to compare the new one with the existing billboard? It's bigger or it's similar size?
I believe it is similar size. I know that the billboard at 941 Laurelwood Road, which was one approved back in 2015, is the same exact size as the one being proposed.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Huang. Next up, we have Commissioner Bhatnagar, followed by, I think somebody else had their hand up. Let's see. Followed by Commissioner Ikezi. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I have actually one comment and one question. the comment is that, it bothers me that I have a poor understanding of why the applicant wants to do what they want to do. It's not clear. So you have billboards all the way up to 70, 75 feet. So why not 75 feet, right? I think they need to give us commissioners the idea that there is some rationale behind it, whatever that might be. This is an appropriate height. This gives me the revenue that I want. This is the size of lettering that we want. So it's not clear. This is what we want to do, right? Between 50 and 75, we pick 50. Why not 55.5? So it bothers me, but that's the applicant.
Commissioner, the applicant will get an opportunity, and it's good that you're pointing that out so that they will be able to respond to that.
All right, thank you. So my question, page 12 of the documents that were sent out for this meeting, and this refers to something that Xander actually mentioned earlier. On page 12, second para under discussion, it says the billboard would be used primarily for commercial advertisements. So we know clearly what that primary use is going to be put to. Now here, the sign would operate 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. Other uses for the sign, here's where what Xander said comes in. Other uses for the sign could include promoting community events, highlighting public awareness campaigns, amber emergencies and things like that, right? And broadcasting emergency measures when necessary. So here's my question. The city makes quite a few concessions to accommodate the desires of its applicants. In this case, the height and I guess the size, and Commissioner Cherukuri has been arguing about the relocation versus a new one. How do we ensure that we get what we are asking for, right? So for example, after this billboard is erected and the city wants to provide an Amber Alert, and the proprietor says, what? I'm getting $3,000 a second on this ad. I'm not doing that. Right? How do we get our bit? So help me understand. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Bhatnagar, actually as part of the city's relocation agreement, we do have stipulations for the percentage of time that would be used for PSAs, public messaging. And really, because it's part of our agreement with the Outfront, they have to comply and provide it for us. And I think it's really about working through the city's implementation of this to make sure that we take advantage of these opportunities, because there are opportunities that they're required to provide us. And it's really about us coming forward with like a programming and actually getting the content to them as well. But that's actually part of the relocation agreement. I think it's 10%, but we should look at the language because it's very specific.
All right, as long as you have that covered, thank you very much.
Section 8A of the relocation agreement, and it provides that 10% of the time will be devoted to public service announcements free of charge, with at least 50% of that use occurring during the hours between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. The city has this clause in other relocation agreements. We still need to come up with a program, as Ms. Rio mentioned, for exactly how we're going to implement that, what sort of groups will have access. But once we get our acts together and get the program going, they will be required to comply with it because it's baked into the agreement.
Thank you. I yield, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar and Rena and Xander. We have Commissioner Ikesi up next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reading the proposed amendment to the zoning code, and it says that digital signage is the maximum height for the maximum allowed height for a digital signage is 60 feet. So that means that height is going to be allowed everywhere in the city? Anywhere where a digital sign can be erected, you're allowed to go up to?
It's specifically in relationship to a relocation agreement. So where the city is getting a net reduction, and it's consistent with the policy and goes through this process of approval, then additional height could be granted, but it's not a as of right height for billboards.
Okay. And typically, does it say anywhere that those replacement, the new digital signage needs to be in specific parts of the city?
It doesn't say that, no.
Oh, okay.
Just
okay,
in that
so,
it's in conjunction with a relocation agreement.
So for example, if somebody wants to build a digital signage on like Homestead, are they going to be able to build something up to 60 feet?
They could only do it pursuant to a relocation agreement. It would have to be approved by the city council. I seriously doubt the city council would entertain putting that sort of signage on Homestead.
Oh, okay. So there's another gating gate to
Yes.
having. Okay, understand. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ikezi.
We lost your audio, Chair Biagini.
How's that?
Much better.
My apologies. Before we go to, Commissioner Ikezi, did you have another? Okay, there you go. Did you have another question, Commissioner Ikezi, or did you just not lower your hand yet? There we go. I don't see any other questions from commissioners. Pausing a bit in case somebody thinks of one, because the next thing would be to go to the applicant. So if there's no other questions, let's move to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes for your presentation. Do we have an applicant standing by, Elizabeth?
Yes, this is Jeff McEwen, and I'm with Outfront Media. And we don't actually have a presentation this evening. I think staff has clearly outlined the project and have done a very positive representation of what the project is. We do have a panel of experts here. We have our project manager, Brian Scott, and we have Sean Marciniak, who also helps us with he's our outside counsel and is very good at our lighting and any questions you may have for lighting, and our overall project manager. We also have on the panel tonight is the CEQA consultant who did the IMD. So Aaron would be someone to direct those kind of questions to as well. I'll just cover a couple of things. As far as one commissioner asked about us on how we determine height. At this location, we determined the existing height of the public storage. They did not want to lose any height to their on-premise signage, so we kept that at the same height that it was existing. And then we do drive studies and height studies to see what the best visuals would be for traffic on the freeway. And it was determined at 55 feet. There's also an on-premise sign next door. It's an abandoned property at this point, and the signs are blacked out, but they still exist. But those were, that on-premise sign next door is something that was obstructing us at other heights. And so that's, we look at it from an advertising perspective as to what's going to be the best visual for our advertisers who are looking to promote their businesses. There was a question about Amber Alerts and how it's guaranteed. That's controlled by the federal government. So when you see on digital billboards, FBI most wanted, that is automatically controlled and taken over. We don't control that. So with the fear of perhaps saying that, what if we can't get that spot? It's automatic, it happens, and controlled by the government. And then obviously unsold space. We promote cities all across the Bay Area and the country. Every one of our projects with the cities, we like to help out with the cities and promote their local events and anything they would like to get out to the public, including emergency messaging. It's real simple, it's automatic, it happens really quickly. And so that was sort of the two things that I wanted to cover initially, but obviously we're welcome to answer any questions you guys may have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any? Yes, we do. Commissioner Charakuru, you're on.
Thank you, Chair. So to the applicant, the CEQA document says the sign would be 60 feet tall. So are you confirming that it'll be only 55 right now?
Yes, we are.
And that it measures 14 feet tall and 48 feet wide. Could you confirm what was the total banking sacrifice or the other 3 sites sign? How does that compare to the total square footage here?
The 3 signs that have been removed were all 12 by 25 in size, and the additional sign that will come down will be equal 14 by 48.
Okay, but
So
it's
overall,
on El
we're
Camino.
taking it. So yes, on El Camino, that is the exact same size.
But this is on 101.
This is on 101, correct? Because the goal of the council was to remove signs in the inner city and relocate them onto freeways and out of the city.
Okay, goes, I think, completely against most of the traffic guidelines. The more faster traffic is where you try to limit any distraction. So it seems to be something of a city needs to revisit that in all practical aspects of it. And and thank you for that table that you provided. We have 2 signs of similar height within the city of Santa Clara. Nothing until you reach San Francisco, Belmont, and Millbrae. Am I accurate in that representation?
There are signs in East Palo Alto. There is a sign
along 101.
Along 101, several signs in the city of San Carlos, at least 3.
Okay.
Then Belmont, then Millbrae, South San Francisco, there are 2.
Nothing in Santa Clara County.
The only Santa Clara County ones are in Santa Clara.
Okay, so we are the only distraction in the city of Santa Clara. That's just a comment there. All of the other cities along 101 in the county have proactively banned digital signage along 101 because of the high traffic and accident it causes. I just know that from my prior background. So I just want to make sure that the city council understands that we are taking from a city street and putting a higher intense traffic concern along 101 with the same height with an LED from a static. So I'll rest my comment. Thank you, applicant, for being here. As I said, I have nothing personal, but I am cautious and cognizant of the county, the surrounding cities, and we are probably going to face the ramification of a traffic distraction along our city 101 frontage. All other cities will not face that. So just a note. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherakuru. I have a hand up from Commissioner Huang, followed by Commissioner Arrow. Commissioner Huang?
Hi, yeah, oh, yeah, actually, sorry, yeah. So yeah, I just asked, do you have a picture to show this kind of billboard on Highway 101? Another question is, yeah, how do you have any data to show the driver distraction for this kind of billboard? Let's see if, do you have any other, let's say, this kind of billboard along highway in other city? I mean, maybe even so-called, right? I don't know. I mean, so just give us some examples. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Huang, this is Sean Marciniak. I'm on the Outfront team. And we submitted today to city staff lengthy information on brightness and driver distraction. And in those materials, we included 2 federal studies done by the Federal Highway Administration that looked at driver distraction. And the study concluded that there is no evidence that digital billboards cause any more accidents than any other signage along a freeway. They determined that drivers on average look at a digital display for 0.37 seconds, and they look at other signage for 0.33 seconds. So if you're telling the math, the difference is 0.04 seconds, which is quicker than any word that I could speak. In terms of how the sign looks, I don't know if I can share my screen, but I'll attempt to. In the materials, there are development plans. And if I've done this right, you should be able to see those. That is a visual depiction of the sign as it would look by the highway.
Yeah.
So I hope that's helpful, and I'm happy to field any follow-up questions.
Yeah. So do you have a picture of the existing billboard with roughly this height, this size? So you mentioned we have two similar billboards in Santa Clara City already, right? Do you have some picture?
You know, if you give me a quick second.
Yeah.
I know the address of one of those, and I can put that up on the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Personally, I like new technology. I think the LED billboard is more efficient than the static. And I think the location. Yeah. If we have really, I mean, very little distraction for the drivers, I think it makes sense. Just my personal feeling, move the billboard from the city to the highway. Yeah. Another question is actually the billboard. Yeah. In the document you mentioned, you need to run it 24/7. Any negative impact to the birds in the night? Or yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And so, and if I've done this right, this is a Google Street View of the display at 941 Laurelwood Road, which is down the street. And here's a picture of the sign.
Yeah.
And
so this one is 55 feet tall.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. And regarding birds, the project location is an urban infill location, and there are a number of existing lamps over the highway and other lights. So it's a disturbed location, and the mitigated negative declaration addressed this and indicated that the only bird species there are, I think the word was affected birds. I'd have to defer to the environmental consultants, but basically birds that are used to urban noises and lights, and the addition of this digital display is unlikely to cause any impact. What's interesting, what people don't realize about digital displays, is that they are not brighter than traditional vinyl displays. So with an LED sign, those LEDs, they're focused and they direct light towards the target audience. So there's thousands of LEDs and they are targeted at motorists. And the brightness level, I'll talk about the brightness level in a second, but I like to compare it to traditional vinyl displays. With regular billboards, what happens is you blast them with light, anywhere from 31 to 300 times brightness levels that are in LED displays. And so that's why with traditional signs, you get a lot of sky glow because it's not targeted. And with digital displays, the brightness level is 0.3 foot candles at 300 feet, which is a lot of jargon. But a foot candle is the brightness of a candle at 1 foot. And essentially, the brightness that's on the digital displays is akin to what you would see on a computer screen. And let's see. And so if I could share my screen again, let me get the right graphic here. Okay. Sorry,
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
So this is a light footprint that we do a lot of times with displays. And what you see here, so this is a sign, I think this one was at 60 feet or 65 feet. And what you're doing is you're seeing the sign from the side. And the black marks going around is sort of the visual footprint, a vertical cross section. And you see that there's a lot of lights, very close to the sign. And then at 250 feet, if you were to stand there with a light meter, it would not register. Digital billboards are clear, but they're not brighter than traditional displays. I thought this graphic was helpful, so I just wanted to share it.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Oh, one more question is, how do you compare the traditional billboard with this LED billboard on the power consumption? Can you save some more power than the traditional one, or consumes more power?
I believe that compared to traditional billboards, it's green. And I know that there were energy calculations in the mitigated negative declaration that quantified some of this, but I don't have those facts on command. I would have to look it up in the document.
Yeah, thank you.
I did have a question because that answer surprised me a little bit, just because the static displays just have like a constant light source, whereas LED seems to be changing. But you feel, sorry, applicant, for just asking you to double check that. So you're saying that the LED display, where the entire screen is lit, that uses less energy than you believe a traditional display that is like uplit or downlit with lights?
I believe that's the case. I know it's certainly less than 3 or 4. Trading 4 faces for 1 obviously shrinks the footprint.
But if you compare, okay, so that's how you're conceptualizing it, because the number of light fixtures for the 3, not just like if you looked at a standard billboard and compared it to an LED display, just 1-to-1, would you assume that I would have assumed that LED display would be more energy intensive, and I thought that was the nature of the question. So I just wanted to get at what you thought about that.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, so yeah, you just show the picture in Santa Clara City. When you have time, do you mind find another one on the Highway 101? Show a picture. Thank you. Yeah, that's for me. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have Commissioner Harrell.
Thank you, Chair. So if memory serves me, there is currently, that was not mentioned previously, a digital billboard in Santa Clara adjacent to Pedro's. Am I right? Right on 101. And what I'm wondering is, why was that not factored in? Is it because of the lack of height? Because it's not a tall billboard, but it is an advertisement sign. And it's almost like directly in front of Pedro's. It might belong to Great America. I'm not positive. Is anybody with me on this? Nobody.
Yeah, that's actually, I can answer that question. That's actually on city-owned property, and the city owns that. Okay. In partnership with a private individual who owns the actual structure, but it is in partnership with the city. It's a city-owned parcel.
Nobody wants to talk about that one. I didn't understand why, because it is a digital sign and it is in Santa Clara. And yes, the only difference is the height, as far as I can see. It's still a digital distraction, right? I mean, wouldn't it fall into the same category? Am I the only one that sees that sign?
I personally don't have familiarity with it, but given that the applicant spoke up and said he believes it's on city-owned property, that did ring, connected some memories for me about people talking about how, but I don't want to verify that because I just don't have the facts myself. But I feel like that what the applicant had mentioned is that the city does like co-own a digital billboard in conjunction, I think, with Great America on city-owned property. Yeah.
And I believe it sits right in front of Pedro's restaurant, right on 101.
That's correct.
Just wanted to throw that out there. I don't seem to have gotten overlooked.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrell. Did you have another question? Or I'll move on to Commissioner Cherukuru.
I just wanted to acknowledge Commissioner Harrows. That is Great America, and that is the cities. It's its own way of saying we are probably only city and we are adding to it, is my point here. When we are trying to alleviate and limit the overall strategy being, but we have done what we shouldn't probably doing. So we are not preaching what we speak. I mean, we're not practicing what we preach, would be more appropriate. And so this is adding to that additional. So it's probably one of the additional distractions. Absolutely. When you drive along 101 and you are in a, especially during nights, this slams you right on the face with Great America. Now we are adding one more. And it's only in our city. I want to heighten that.
The curiosity factor makes you want to look. I want to know what's being advertised, right? And it definitely is a distraction. That's
yes. That is the premise of marketing. Otherwise, why would they market if you're not going to see it? It doesn't add up both ways, that it won't be a distraction, that it won't slow traffic, goes right against their own marketing, that you will get people to see this, that you will have lesser speeds when you're around it. So it seems to be speaking to both sides of our tongue right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuru. I have a hand up by Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a very quick question, and this probably is out in the left field, but I'll ask it anyways. Your sign, the way you have designed it, seems to be pivoted at one end, and it's a very large flat front against, let's say, high winds. So typically these are metallic, or these signs perhaps does not even occur. But I wanted to ask, has there been any study done to, let's say, if if Santa Clara in 10 years from now somewhere gets a 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts or something in that area, that we are still safe? Thank you.
Well, the signs are all engineered based on the soil conditions and the wind factors. They're all highly scrutinized on structural engineering and goes through the Santa Clara Building Department. So that's all vetted at the city with the engineers and our teams as well. They work back and forth and making sure that the sign is obviously based on wind factors in certain areas and the soil conditions. And just wanted to also mention that we are a union shop. Our everything is done through our laborers and our Teamsters. So that's one of the things that we do that some of our competitors use subcontractors.
Okay. Any city staff have any comment on that in terms of mechanical stability of such a large sign in the case of a high wind event?
I would just say that it will go through our city's building permit process, and we will evaluate it to make sure that it's structurally sound and can, withstand any reasonable amount of kind of, undesirable weather like high wind gusts. But I don't have specifics as to like how, the structural anchorings or, how it's being designed. But I do know that the appropriate people in the city prior to issuing a building permit are going to be looking at that carefully to make sure it meets the codes, as well as, this will be scrutinized for that.
All right, thank you. Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bhatnagar. I don't see any other hands up from the commissioners, but
We lost you, Nancy.
Okay, I'm back. That's why we do have another question from Commissioner Huang.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. So for the applicant, do you have a picture on Highway 101 with a similar size of the billboard?
Sean, were you able to dig anything up?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You could look at San Carlos.
Let's see. I can show the
or the Clear Channel
screen.
The Clear
Channel 1.
The clear channel sign across the street from ours on Laurelwood is the same height.
Yeah, so that is the clear channel sign. Maybe it would be helpful if I got us on the highway and we could see what it looked like from.
Yeah.
The little man's not cooperating.
Yeah, I see it.
So
Across the street, right?
that's ours there, and then to the right, that's clear channel.
Okay, okay.
So you can see them both.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. How about the energy consumption?
The energy consumption, hold on, I just had this up on the screen. I found it in the MND. Sorry, give me 1 second. There's a lot of documents.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, go ahead.
The annual, so this is from page 46 of the ISMND. The annual electricity use is projected to be 26,400 kilowatt hours, or a daily average of approximately 72 kilowatt hours. And I think, that I'm sort of speaking off the cuff, but I think, an average sized home in the Bay Area probably uses between 15 and it depends on the month, but sometimes 30. So maybe between 3 and 5 homes worth of energy per day.
Yeah. So how to compare with the traditional billboard? I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I can't say that I've ever looked at what a traditional billboard uses because we haven't built one in 15 years. Yeah.
And just so you know that we are using Silicon Valley Power as our source for power.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think normally technology improves power consumption. I hope you guys do the same thing. Okay. Yeah. Personally, I think it's.
Yeah, Commissioner Wang. I mean, I don't know. I'm just using common sense that since an LED display is on 24/7, and a billboard would only have lighting when it's dark. Otherwise, I mean, it might be though good to know like the source of the energy, the types of lights that are used. But I have like a gut feeling that there's more like a 1-to-1 ratio, like a standard billboard compared to an LED seems to me like it would utilize more energy. However, this is a relocation agreement where multiple faces have gone down. And that's what I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if, the 4 faces that are going down, the amount of energy consumption could probably be more than an LED display. I don't have that, but that's just my, like, what common sense is telling me. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah. Thank you, Rina. Yeah. So, sorry. So yeah, personally, I think it's a good idea to build a new staff, relocate from the city to the highway. Since I'm a driver, I know how when I drive how to look at the billboard. So as long as it's not that much distraction, I support the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hong. Bill, I was going to say go to the public, but Commissioner Harrow has his hand up. So before we go to the public, Commissioner Harrow.
Yeah, just briefly to piggyback on Commissioner Bhatnagar's concerns for wind. I'm more than sure that once the structural design goes for approval, it's going to have to meet certain seismic standards, not just wind resistance or whatever it might be. And I'm more than sure that it would be not approved until it met seismic standards as well. And I just wanted to throw that out there that the wind is not the only concern. There's also seismic concern that should be addressed in the design phase. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrow. Somebody was going to say something. Was that you, Sean?
If I made a noise, it wasn't intentional. So no, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think this is a good time now with no other hands up to go to the public. Elizabeth, do we have someone from the public?
We do. Jonathan, you will have to let us know. You also sent in a e-comment. So did you want us to read the e-comment or were you going to speak?
Hello, I'll just speak if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. So I think it's really telling as to the value of a billboard near a freeway compared to the value of a billboard within the city limits, given that, we're moving 4 billboards is replaced by a single billboard. There is a couple of things that I'm maybe confused about. My understanding is under the California legislature has generally been discouraging new billboards by freeways. And one of the few ways by which you're able to still put new ones up is to enter into one of these relocation agreements with the city, which is why I see this as maybe very, very valuable for the applicant. Not to mention that, they mentioned Silicon Valley Power. We also have incredibly cheap power compared to anywhere else in the area. And it's not clear to me from reading first, I think the billboards are distracting and putting more up is really something we shouldn't be doing. But it wasn't clear what billboard is being removed by a freeway to put this up. In the original agreement, there's a recital. It mentions that the advertiser intends to remove one additional billboard face outside the city limits that is within a landscape freeway segment for a total removal of 4 billboard faces. And it also sounds like from that same document that it's required that you actually remove a billboard. And at least I've only skimmed part of the EIR, so I hope the Planning Commission maybe has read in more detail, but it mentions removal or replacement of some other billboards along the freeway. And replacement's one thing, but removal I think would be required. So I'm really curious what billboards are going down somewhere else and what city is getting a cleaner freeway space for us to take an ugly, bright billboard on our city. And as for Freedom Circle, I, for some reason, vaguely recall that might be going down as part of the Freedom Circle redevelopment plan, which is the next precise plan, specific area plan I think that you'll be seeing an EIR for. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any comments from the applicant?
Sean, did you want to explain the relocation part of this?
Yeah, I can do that. So Exhibit A to the draft relocation agreement lists out, it's a punch list of all the billboards that will be removed. So it lists the local billboards, and then under that, it lists there are 2 options for removal of a sign by a landscape freeway segment. One is in the city of San Francisco, and the other one is in Alameda County. And in the relocation agreement, it has the post mile numbers and the Caltrans permit that's associated with that and all other pertinent information.
Oops, there we go. Okay, thank you, Sean.
I did want to just acknowledge, Jonathan made a point that we had not talked about, that, I think, and Outframe can speak to this. They have other requirements beyond just the city to put up billboards, and they are outside of the city removing billboards. And I think that's what Sean was referring to and raised the billboards that are being, justified really to the state as a different approval body about adding a billboard. So there are 2 different things going on. The city isn't in control of that, but it's still part of their application to the state, which is separate than what really the city is concerned about, which is the number of billboards within the city. But for it to be feasible for them, they still need to meet the state requirements as well. And if people are interested, I can find, it's actually referenced in our initial study, those addresses. But if you don't care to see it, we don't need to pull it up. But I want you to know it was in the initial study as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, this may be the time to close the public debate if there's no other questions from the public.
And Chair, I'm not, honestly, I'm not sure if that was the applicant's rebuttal or not, but they haven't used their 5 minutes. If they'd like to take 5 minutes rebuttal, we should afford them that opportunity.
All right, applicant, if you'd like, you do have 5 minutes, I believe, for the rebuttal, so you have some time left.
I think we're good. I think we hopefully we've answered everybody's questions here tonight, and we're looking forward to moving the project along to the city council in the coming weeks.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
Then I think, Elizabeth, that there's no other comments from the public, it would be appropriate at this point to hear a motion to close public debate.
Move to close public comment, Priya.
I'll second. I beat you to it.
Priya and yes.
So the motion is to close public hearing. Chair Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Hero?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Salim?
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
And thank you, and the motion passes.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I do have one more clarification question for staff. I think I know the answer, but I'd rather be sure. So if, for example, this was not approved, does that then mean this idea of taking down 4 billboards that aren't along 101? Well, does that mean that that goes out the window?
Well, they've already taken down 3 faces. They are required to take down 1 additional face at 2983 El Camino. So no question they would not take down the one at 2983 El Camino. The 3 that are already gone, I don't know honestly what would happen. I assume they would ask for an extension of their existing banking agreement, so they could credit those somewhere else. But the city does not have a obligation to approve the new sign. All the relocation, all the banking agreement says is that when we approve a new sign, you will get credit for the existing ones. And that goes through for until June of this year. I believe the banking agreement expires.
Again, to be clear in my mind, and who is it on the banking agreement besides the city? Who's the other party? The applicant?
Yeah, the applicant.
I mean, I kind of thought so, but I wanted to make sure. Do we have any other discussion with the commissioners? Commissioner Cherukuru, you're on.
Through the chair, thank you. So, Xander, you bring up a very interesting point. So if the banking agreement, if it still is the location that's of concern, and I'm just going hypothetically here, if we deny the location, the applicant can come back with another location somewhere within the realm of city, correct?
Yes, they would need to extend their banking agreement, probably, in order to apply that to the new location. But certainly they could apply for a different location if this one is denied.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I yield through the chair.
Okay, we have a hand up from Commissioner Salim.
Yeah, I've been listening to this in great depth, and I got to tell you, I'm really torn. I want to see the billboards gone, but I understand that the digital billboard would have more versatility. It could actually be a benefit on a public road like the freeway in cases of emergencies and things. So I think I'm leaning in favor of approving, but I really do want to see the other ones gone and stay gone. So if that's the way we get them to be gone, then it might be the trade-off worth taking. So that's just a position. I don't want to broadcast any decision, but it's it's a concern that we keep the other ones gone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Salam. Yeah, and I have also a concern before I go to Commissioner Ikezi that I don't particularly want to see Santa Clara become the land of billboards, digital or otherwise. And it is a tough call. Commissioner Ikezi, your hand is up.
Yes, Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to adopt a resolution recommending council adoption of the initial study and MND prepared for this project and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
I second.
Looking for my notes. Is that the recommendation of the staff that you're referring to? Because I think there were 3 points.
Right.
That is staff recommendation.
I'm following the list of recommendations.
Yeah.
That was perfect. It was item 1 under the recommendations.
All right. So we're not doing all 3 at once. We're doing item 1.
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Elizabeth, let's see if there's anybody's hand is up. Just Commissioner Ikezi. So go ahead, Elizabeth, take the vote.
Sure. One moment.
Sure.
So this is to approve staff recommendation 1.
Correct.
Thank you. Chair Biagini.
Did you get that? It was a yes.
Oh, I did not get it. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Cherukuru.
Just to clarify, this is only for the adoption of ISMND, or does it also include the billboard relocation agreement?
Just the first recommendation.
So I want to make sure. Just adopt the ISMND. I in my opinion,
That's correct. That's correct.
Was appropriate, but I will have a different vote for the others. Thank you. Yes.
So Commissioner Cherukuru, that was a yes. Commissioner Hero.
Yes.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi.
Yes.
Commissioner Salam. Commissioner Salam.
I don't think we heard you.
Yeah, of course you didn't. Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Okay, I make the next motion. I'd like to make the next motion. I recommend adoption of the zoning code text amendment to allow for increased sign height, specifically because this only pertains to banking and that the council can always refuse any inappropriate location.
Second.
Here we go. We have a motion and a second. Elizabeth, would you take the vote, please?
Yes. So this is to approve staff recommendation number 2.
Yes.
Chair Biagini.
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru.
No.
Commissioner Hero.
No.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi.
Yes.
Commissioner Salam.
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-2.
Okay, I'd like to make the third motion. I recommend approval of the billboard relocation agreement.
Second.
We have a motion.
That was Commissioner Wang who seconded it.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. This is to approve staff recommendation number 3. Chair Biagini.
No.
Commissioner Cherukuru.
No.
Commissioner Hero.
No.
Commissioner Wang.
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi.
Yes.
Commissioner Salam.
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-3.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to the applicant for your presentation tonight. That being done, if there are no objections, can we take I'm going to say 7-minute health break before we get into a meaty, or 10 minutes? I see those hands. I see hands, 10 minutes. Okay. Before we get into the meaty discussion that Xander is going to take us through. Are there any objections to that?
So we will come back at 9:15.
There you have it. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Elizabeth.
I'm back, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I believe we are all back. That would take us to public hearing item that shows as number 3. And Xander, I just have a question before you start.
Please.
2021 state housing legislation update or 2022 state housing legislation update? Because I know some carry over, but we're talking just the what starts in 2022, or that going to be part of your explanation?
We are talking 2021. It's only things that were passed in 2021. To my knowledge, nothing's been passed in 2022 yet, but I might have missed 1 or 2 bills that they already squeezed through.
I'm just thinking because I'm not sure that all of them have a start. Well, you can talk about which ones have a start date.
I've started the meeting, so
okay,
we can go ahead and proceed.
Public hearing item number 3, the 2021 state housing legislation update study session. Xander?
Great, thanks. Good evening, Chair Biagini and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Alexander Abbey, and I'm the Assistant City Attorney. Tonight, I'm going to be continuing our annual tradition of reviewing the last year of housing legislation. We'll be discussing 8 categories of bills, followed by a question and answer period. But as usual, if you have questions as I give the presentation, feel free to interrupt me. You won't hurt my feelings. So we're going to talk about 8 categories of bills. Tonight we'll start with SB 9, of course. It's the bill that's gotten the most attention in this legislative cycle. It potentially allows for 4 units on existing family lots, maybe even 5 or 6 if you do an ADU. So we'll take a deep dive into that law. Senate Bill 10 was passed at the same time as Senate Bill 9, so it also got a lot of attention. It streamlines upzoning for up to 10 units per parcel. We'll be taking a quick look at that bill. In addition to SB 9, which allows for another house on single family lots, we still have the accessory dwelling unit law on the books, and the legislature made some changes to that law as well that we'll discuss. They also modified the density bonus law by strengthening the incentives for student housing, and they expanded the types of moderate income housing that will qualify for density bonuses, and reduced parking requirements for moderate income housing. We're going to look at new minimum floor area ratios for multifamily housing. We're going to talk about how below market units have to be integrated into an otherwise market rate development. There have been some changes to the housing element process. Every year, the legislature seems to come up with another couple of ways to tinker with it. And then we're finally going to look at a new type of housing called intergenerational housing. But let's start off with the big kahuna. You've all heard of it, the new law that allows you to build 2 units on any single family lot. If you split your lot, you can build 4 units. It's been called the end of single family zoning. And it is. That being said, we're not really going from single family zoning to 4 units because the law already required us to do 2 accessory dwelling units on most residential lots. So it was already legal to build 3 units in a lot of circumstances. So to a degree, single family zoning is already a thing of the past. So this might not be quite the seismic shift that some news stories have reported it as, but it is a significant step further. So let's get into the meat and potatoes. In a single family zone, we now have to ministerially approve construction of 2 units per lot. And the simplest example of this is simply adding a second house to a lot that already has an existing house. Or if you have a vacant lot, the law authorizes you to build 2 single-family residences from scratch, or you can build a duplex. If you don't have a vacant lot and you don't have enough room to fit a second house onto your lot, you could scrape the lot and build 2 houses from scratch with some limitations that we'll talk about in a minute. One of the main reasons this bill has gotten so much attention is because it also allows for lot splits. The city is now required to approve a division of an existing single-family lot into 2 new lots. So if there's a big enough lot, we have the potential for a 2-step process where the homeowner splits the lot and then builds 2 dwellings on each of the new lots. So suddenly where you had 1 house before, you have 4. The 2 new parcels have to be approximately equal in lot area. So more precisely, one parcel can't be smaller than 40% of the original lot area. Both parcels have to be at least 1,200 square feet. If the city wants, it could enact its own ordinance to allow lots smaller than 1,200 square feet. I don't know that the city will want to do that. I mean, for frame of reference, prior to this bill going into effect, our minimum lot size in single family zones is either 6,000 or 8,000 square feet. So now suddenly we have to allow for 1,200 square foot lots. So that's a significant reduction. An applicant who uses SB 9 has to intend to occupy one of the units for 3 or more years. I guess the intention there is to discourage, people from simply selling their property to some developer and then leaving town. They want to keep the current owner there. But I will say this doesn't seem like a very strong provision. You just need to have an intention to stay on your property for 3 years. No one's going to be able to disprove an intention 6 months from now. You intend to stay here, but then a week later, Aunt Mabel in Iowa broke her hip and you got to go live with her. You're allowed to change your mind. So I would say that that requirement doesn't have a lot of teeth to it. Ministerial approval in this context means there's no CEQA review. So this is basically a new statutory exemption to CEQA. And there are no public hearings. So no architectural hearings, no hearings before the Planning Commission or City Council. This all has to be approved at staff level if they meet all of the requirements. So let's get into what those requirements are. When does a single family lot qualify for SB 9? Well, first, you can't alter or demolish a rental unit. And that means a dwelling that's currently being rented by a tenant or a unit that's been occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years. So if the lot's been used as a rental in the last 3 years, SB 9 doesn't apply. The new law also cannot be used on historic properties. If the property is listed on the state or local register, or if it's part of a listed historic district, SB 9 doesn't apply. But note, this is only for actually listed properties. A property that's eligible for listing but is not actually listed would still be subject to SB 9. If one of the new units that you create will be a rental unit, then the term of the rental has to be at least 30 days. So you cannot make it into an Airbnb. And then finally, certain types of land are ineligible for this. Wetlands, prime farmland, land that's subject to a conservation easement, like for protected species, very high fire hazard severity zones, hazardous waste sites, and some high-risk flood hazard areas. None of those are common. So you can divide a lot as long as the new lots will be at least 1,200 square feet, and then you'll have the potential for as many as 4 units. So a lot of the city is going to fall within the scope of this new law, which raises the question, what sort of regulations can the city still impose when somebody comes forward with an SB 9 application? Well, it's a short list, but there are a few things. We can require easements for the provision of public facilities and services, which makes sense. If you're going to build new homes, you have to be able to serve those homes with utilities. And if they do a lot split, we can impose a requirement that the new parcels still have to be connected to the public right of way. In other words, we can prohibit the creation of landlocked parcels. We can also impose objective zoning, subdivision, and design standards with the big red asterisk that I'll get to in a minute. The term objective used here means standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official, standards that are uniformly verifiable by reference to some external and uniform benchmark or criterion, and standards that are available and knowable by both the development applicant and the public official prior to application submittal. So to the extent we have black and white standards in our zoning ordinance, our subdivision ordinance, and our architectural guidelines, we can still impose them. And later we'll talk about next steps and possibly adopting some of those standards. But there are some significant limitations on what we can impose. And that's why there's a big red asterisk. Let's get into those limitations. First of all, setbacks. We can impose setbacks, those are pretty black and white, but the maximum we can impose for a side or rear lot is only 4 feet. If there's an existing structure and they maintain that structure, we can't change the setbacks of those existing structure. If they decide to scrape the lot, get rid of that structure, but they build something in the same footprint as the existing structure and it had small setbacks, we can't require them to expand the setbacks. And more broadly, we can't require the correction of legal non-conforming conditions. So if a property already exceeds lot coverage requirements or building has an excessive height and those are legal non-conforming conditions, we can't make them bring the property into conformance as a condition of getting an SB9 application. There's also significant limitations on parking. If the project site is more than a half mile from transit, we can only require 1 parking space per unit. If it's within a half mile from transit, we can't require any parking for either the first unit or the new unit. Now, what does transit mean in this context? It means either a major transit stop, like a train station, or a high quality transit corridor, which is a major thoroughfare like El Camino Real or Stevens Creek Boulevard, where the buses have 15-minute headways during rush hour. So that's a lot of the city, actually, that meets those requirements for being near transit. So the city's going to have to decide how it wants to implement this. You know, there's actually a very similar provision in the ADU law. We're very limited in our ability to require parking for accessory dwelling units. The city can't require any parking spaces when someone builds an ADU within a half mile of transit, but they could require parking if it's further than a half mile from transit. So the planning staff looked, when we last looked at the ADU law, the planning staff looked at the city and determined it was a fairly narrow region of the city that was more than a half mile from transit. So we had the option, do we want to have one set of parking standards for that narrow region and a different set of parking standards for the rest of the city? Or do we just want one uniform standard of no parking? And we went with the latter. But it is a policy choice the city will have to face again. I don't know if the city will want to face having no parking anywhere for fourplexes that'll pop up on single family lots.
Xander, may I ask, when you say parking here, are you talking about covered parking or any parking?
Any parking, any off
parking. Okay,
parking.
Thank you.
Our current code requirement, of course, for any dwelling unit is 2 covered off-street spaces. Under this, if you're close to transit, it's 0 spaces.
Thank you.
So also one other wrinkle when it comes to being near transit, if there's a ride share vehicle, like a zip car within 1 block of the parcel, that counts as being near transit. I don't know, when I see the ride share requirement appear in laws, it always bugs me because it seems like it's pretty easy to just plunk down a zip car somewhere. But anyway, that could also make you quote unquote close to transit. Other limitations on city control. Earlier, you heard me say that we can require the provision of easements for public utilities, but we cannot require them to dedicate new right-of-way. We also can't require the construction of off-site improvements. So, you know, a new storm drain. And whatever standards we impose, they have to allow the property owner to build at least 2 units that are 800 square feet each. So if, for instance, our setback combined with our maximum lot coverage combined with our height means that on somebody's tiny lot, they can only fit 2 750 square foot homes, we would have to roll back those standards to the extent necessary to allow for 2 800 square foot homes. Now, one question I've gotten about SB9 is how often can it be used? Since you can split your lot and create 2 new lots, and then build on each of those. You know, if you have a square lot, you divide it in half, and you then divide one of those halves in half, and then one of those quarters into 2 more lots, and then the 8ths into the 16ths, etc. You could potentially never be finished dividing your lot. If I remember 6th grade geometry, I think this was called Zeno's paradox. But Zeno doesn't apply to Senate Bill 9 because there's a limit of 1 subdivision under Senate Bill 9. You only get 1 division of the apple or the property. If the property owner goes through an SB9 lot split And then either that owner or a subsequent owner comes to the city and asks to do another lot split. We'll just check our files and see that SB 9 has already been used for the lot and inform them that they have to go through the standard subdivision process, which means a discretionary approval, potentially with a public hearing. You can't do infinite lot splits. You can only do one. So you'll potentially be able to build 4 single-family dwellings, not 8, not 16. But the next question I always get then is, what about ADUs, accessory dwelling units? On any single-family lot, on any residential lot, actually, the ADU law allows you to build 1 detached ADU, that's the green building in this diagram, and 1 attached junior accessory dwelling unit, which is the red area. So could you build 4 homes on your single-family lot after you do the split, and then add 2 ADUs to each house for a total of 12 units? Well, yes and no. First the no part. The text of SB 9 does address how the bill interacts with the ADU law to a degree. Once you split your lot under SB 9, the ADU law simply becomes inapplicable. You no longer have a right to build an ADU. But that's only when you split the lot. Remember, SB 9 allows you to build a second home on your property without splitting the lot. It's a little unclear why there's a difference. This may just be something that the legislature missed, and maybe they'll fix it next year. But for now, here's the scenario that could unfold if you have an enterprising homeowner. Of course, if you have a single family lot, you can build a single family residence. And that's what this diagram is supposed to show. Here's a lot, here's 1 house on it. And I apologize profusely. These diagrams are horrible looking, but I'm a visual learner. I had to put it on in a drawing to understand it myself. SB 9 allows you to plunk down another house on your same lot, just like the first one. And if you haven't split the lot yet, the ADU law still applies. So you can build a detached accessory dwelling unit on your lot. It's a residential lot. The ADU law allows you to build a detached accessory dwelling unit. It also allows you to build an attached junior accessory dwelling unit. That's why the first house in front now has a little extra bit on the back. That's supposed to be the attached JADU. Then enterprising homeowner splits their lot. Once they've done that, the ADU laws can no longer be used. But you've just created a brand new lot. So it's a single family lot. You can put down a single family home. And under SB 9, you can put down a second single family home. Again, I'm so sorry, it looks terrible, but it gets the idea across. Where you had a lot with 1 single family home, now you have 5 plus an attached unit at the back of the 6th. It only works if you do it in that order, of course. If you split the lot, the ADU law is out the window and you can build a maximum of 4. But here's a way you could have potentially up to 6 until they change the law to address sort of this loophole. So that's the gist of it. I know that's a lot to digest. As I mentioned earlier, the city does have the option to enact some new objective standards that would apply to SB 9 projects, potentially on an urgency basis. So at the City Council on January 25th, I'll be giving this portion of the presentation again. And at that time, planning staff will also be presenting some ideas for some new objective standards to put in place to temper the application of SB 9. A few other cities have come before us and enacted some objective measures that they're attempting to use. So maybe using those as a model, we'll come up with our own objective standards. It'll also be interesting to watch the responses to this bill unfold statewide. One of the most vocal critics of the law has been the city of Redondo Beach, which has promised to bring a lawsuit challenging the bill as a usurpation of charter city authority. And finally, there's already an initiative petition circulating to repeal the new law. So if that makes it onto the ballot in 2022, it'll be interesting to watch. Although the draft of the initiative I saw went so far that I don't know if it has any chance of actually becoming law. It would not only repeal SB 9, it would also prohibit any state law that conflicts with a local zoning ordinance, which would turn municipal law upside down. But regardless, there's a lot more to come. Watch this space. and tune in on January 25th to hear the planning presentation on some new objective criteria.
Xander, this is Nancy. If I might interrupt for a hot second.
Yes,
we
please.
have a hand up right now, but I'm wondering if the best way to proceed, not knowing how lengthy each of your segments are, might be to wait until you finish like SB9 and then take the SB9 questions, then SB10. After your presentation, take the SB10 questions.
That sounds fine, yeah. There were about 10 slides in this one. I will tell you most of the rest of them have only 1 or 2 slides.
All right, well then let me go to Commissioner. Well, I will say this right now, by waiting till now, you already answered one of my questions. Commissioner Charakuru's had her hand up for some time. Let me go to her.
Thank you, Chair. And Xander, wow. Okay, I hope city is resourcing, bracing, but it's like get your popcorn out right now for me. So to clarify, I probably missed your first slide. What does SB9 allow? Is it just the lot split that you could do it like one time? Or does it take the 1,200, most of our lots are 6,000 square feet. So I'm trying to understand, is it a subdivision that it allows with minimum lot size at 1,200, or is it just lot split? Sorry if it's already spoken.
Oh, no, believe me, it's, I need to ask these questions myself. So you can build 2 units on a lot. You don't have to split it.
Okay.
You have the option to split it. When you split it, the 2 lots that you create have to be more or less equivalent in size. One of them has to be at least 40% of the square footage of the existing lot. So a 6,000 square foot lot, you divide into what, 2,400 and 3,600.
Oh, it has to be 60-40, not 50-50.
Yeah. You can do 50-50, but you can't do any more different than 40-60.
Ah, okay.
Well. 70. And regardless of the size of your lot, you can never divide it so that a lot is smaller than 1,200 square feet.
Got it.
The city decides, you know, we'd really like 500 square foot lots. They can pass a law saying that. But under the state law, 1,200 square feet is the minimum lot size.
And is the clarification that the owner, you know, once the lot split happens, is technically able to sell? Does the caveat of that they still live make any sense there? I'm trying to understand how it's different from a subdivision law.
Well, yeah, the fact that they have to own, to intend to stay there, as I mentioned, that it's kind of a weak requirement. I think it's just supposed to temper the criticism that this is just going to lead people selling their lots to developers. You know, some LLC will buy every single family house going forward and put.
Oh my God.
So the idea was, well, if we make the owner stay for 3 years, that'll limit that. But the only requirement is that the owner intends to stay for 3 years, you know, which could last 24 hours. For all we know.
Thank you, Xander. I will wait to watch the show on January 25th. I'll yield, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Charakuru. Commissioner Saleem.
Okay, here we go. Stump the lawyer. They now, if they buy 3 adjacent lots and they modify the first one, split it, add the houses in the order you said, live there for 3 years, rent out the other 2. If they had rented out the other 2, that would prevent them from splitting the other ones, even if they did move in there. Now, the second half of that question, they move out of the first lot and take residence in the second lot, do the same thing, 7 units. Move out of that one and take the third lot, same thing, 7 units. At the end of 9 years, in theory, they have 18 units on 3 lots. I'm sorry I did the math pretty quick there, but
it's okay. You made my head hurt a little, but I think
I know. I am so okay. I am such the pessimist, man. I all the craziest edge cases, and then I throw it against the wall and see if the law sticks.
If If it's feasible, someone will try it. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's what I'm genuinely worried about, is that there'll be a slow but sure pass through neighborhoods, and development groups will purchase and divide out and live there for a little while, moving on to the next lot when the time limit expires. Or, as you said, finding mitigating reasons why they can't remain for the full 3 years. Like, we decided we wanted to be closer to the fire hydrant, so we want to move to the lot next to the one that we used to live in. Do you see where I'm going?
You're going to become very good at this, I can tell.
Yeah.
But let me get back to the beginning of your hype.
Okay.
I heard you say they bought 3 adjacent lots.
Yep.
And what do they do to the first one? They split it?
They do what they do all of SB 9 plus ADU, the magic that you just described, which is the 6 livable units in that one space, by splitting and adding ADUs in the order that you prescribed. Does that mean that they are living for 3 years on one of the split lots, or do they have to live for 3 years on the original lot that wasn't split? Do you get that's the first question.
Where do they have to live? It has to.
Where do they have to live after the split?
On either the original, well, I mean, they all were the same lot, right?
Right.
I mean, if you divide a parcel into a left side and a right side, you're asking me, does it have to be left or right?
Yeah, it's the Twix question, left or right.
I mean, as long as wherever they're living is part of that original parcel, they're in compliance.
Okay, so we've covered the first 6 units split out lot.
Yes.
And they stay in one of the 6 units for the required number of years. Let's assume that they don't push the limits. Yes. They could then, in theory, move next door to the next adjacent lot and do exactly the same thing, correct?
Well, okay, but this is Joe homeowner who bought 3 lots.
Right.
Lots 2 and 3, not counting any splitting. Lots 2 and 3. What was he doing with them for the 3 years he was living on lot 1? Was
rentals? Rentals like we do now. Most people, when they buy adjacent lots, will turn 2 of them into rentals. Or
fine, and those 2 are out of the running for SB 9
until he takes residence in one of them.
No, they are out of the running for 3 years from the date someone last rented it. So if today he's living on lot 1 and lot 2 has a tenant in it for 3 years, and then he moves to lot 2, it'll be another 3 years before he can use SB 9 on lot 2.
Right. That's good news. That's actually good news. That means there's no systematic conversion.
Isn't there a rule about not being able to do lot splits on adjoining lots?
That's another good question.
I thought there was a provision.
What, under the Subdivision Map Act? I'm not sure where you mean. Not in SB 9. You can do. You can have two lots right next to each other. Both of them split.
I'm under. Okay, never mind. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. But anyway, Commissioner Salem's doomsday scenario will take 18 years, not 9 years.
Okay, good. That's reassuring, because I was worried that this would be such a systematic conversion of our neighborhoods simply by following the simple rules that you just described. But if the very fact of not being able to convert it for 3 years after it was a rental, that's great. That's good news. All right, thank you. That's all.
Assuming we're able to track that accurately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that came to the second half of the question: how are you going to guarantee it? And if it's if he's renting to his family members, is I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I don't know. Okay, I'm going to stop trying to stump you for now. Thank you.
You get another chance
later.
More time, Commissioner Salem. Xander, the easiest way to ask my question is define historic. But let me give you the background on why I'm asking that. Other than, I think it's Pomeroy West, we don't have any quote unquote historic district in Santa Clara. Am I correct?
Correct. Pomeroy West is the one and only, brand new.
Well, here's where I'm concerned. And it comes down to eligible but not listed, because I strongly suspect there's two areas of the city. One of them, I think being maybe Park Court, another one being maybe the Old Quad, where people, they will tell you they live in a historic district, but I don't think they understand the difference between what we might anecdotally call a historic district, what might be eligible for a historic district. Bottom line, how do you get your house listed as historic? Number one. And number two, how does one get their district listed for some, lack of a better term, shall we say, protections against the fear factor of SB 9? And I ask that question because I suspect there may be those listening in who feel like, well, it won't apply to me because I live in a historic house. It was built in 1902, but it's not listed. But maybe somebody told them it was eligible to be listed. This is where, if you can give some clarification on what it means to have a listed house, as opposed to it's just really old or it's eligible, and what it means to have a historic district, as opposed to I live in a place where there's a lot of really old homes. Does that make sense?
It does. And I mean, it's a fairly simple answer. To be listed, you have to be on either the local or state register. And that means going through the formal process of getting added to the list. Santa Clara has its own process in its historic preservation ordinance. The state has its own process. Pomeroy Green actually went and got put on the national register, which automatically entitled them to go onto the state register. SB 9 only refers to the state and local registers, but if you're on the national one, you're on the state as well. So there is a simple, well, I don't know if it's simple. There's a process for getting added to either the local or state register. But you are absolutely correct. The Old Quad is not a historic district under this definition. It is not listed. We do not have districts currently in Santa Clara, except for Pomeroy Green, which went through the national listing process to get themselves listed. I will tell you that, you know, that many practitioners reviewing this law have suggested cities may want to look at establishing historic districts if they're worried about how this law will impact certain regions of their cities, because once it gets listed, it will take SB 9 off the table, but it will also mean those homeowners obviously won't have the advantages of it either. So yeah, I'm not sure what else to add.
Well, let me ask it a little differently, and I don't know if this is an answer you would have. So, all right, I understand that. I happen to live in a home that's 100 years old. I'm not sure whether or not it's listed or eligible. Does the process include a large amount of time and or money in order to get listed? And
right.
or
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the end of that. And or
the district, you know, I want to call it.
Right. You know, only because they went through it recently. I happen to know the Pomeroy Green folks reported that it didn't cost them anything to go through the national registration process. The city does have fees for going through the hearing process to get listed. I don't know how much it is offhand. Maybe the planners would know better than me. So I know that it is costly to get added, but I don't know how much to the local register. It may actually be easier to get added to the state or the national register. And yeah.
That's a concern because I can see that one coming up. So, all right. Thank you. I don't see any other hands up right now, Xander.
Okay, well, if you think of other...
Commissioner Clara Kuru.
Sorry. So I'm sure this is going to go through its legal challenge, but as of now, when is this effective?
9 days ago.
Okay. Sorry, that was my instant reaction. Okay, and I'm sure it's going to have many challenges, but Chair Biagini, I think to what Xander was alluding to, I think many cities which have historically not endorsed density are probably going to use that caveat of qualifying their prime areas to be historic, sensing that many cities have historically not adopted the density guidelines by state. So I think it just is a thought to consider if we really want to protect our density and the potential that somebody could have already applied for a 9-lot subdivision as we speak. And I say nine home lot at this point, we should closely watch the ability of a historic designation, at least in our critical areas, as a potential cover for losing out on our historic resources.
Oh, I agree, but I don't know how you get that on the city agenda. That may be a discussion for another day to look at that, or what's the pros and cons. And
if I could just chime in, you know, I think that at the study session that you have with the city council coming up, there are resources involved, obviously, with any sort of designation process. The city needs like facts, it needs analysis, it needs like a consultant report. I'm still trying to figure out, I don't know if Xander, if you know this at the tip of your tongue, or you would need to research it. I don't know if it also requires like property owners to actually be in agreement. So, you know, if you're talking about an area as large as the Old Quad, I'm not exactly sure if you're going to create a district, if you need concurrence of property owners as well, which is not necessarily a non-starter, but it certainly will take public education, lots of time, staff, resources, et cetera. So that's something that, you know, it's not clearly not been an established priority for the city to go through a designation process or identify, and it would definitely need to be an action that the council said that they would delegate resources for that purpose, right? So I think that at the study session on coming up on the 25th, if that's the interest that you as individual commissioners have, that's when you can vocalize, hey, we want this to be a priority. It will involve city resources. We want you to explore what those resources would be and take action on what those steps are. So I think that there's an opportunity in the near future for you to vocalize that. But I do know it's not just a single action point. There's a lot of analysis, consultant work, staff work, outreach work that will have to go through. Really, I'm not talking about an individual property. I'm talking about more creating districts in the city.
I hear you, Rena, and I do acknowledge it is definitely a resource pool, but it's not exhaustive. Been there, done that again. It's not untenable. But yeah, definitely a suggestion for the city council.
Thank you both, because and Rena, therein goes the question of time and money. But thank you for suggesting that should come up at the study session. We have a hand up from Commissioner Ikezi, followed by Commissioner Salim.
Thank you, Xander. I don't mean to nitpick, but I just read the SB9 again, and I think for the subdivision, you're not allowed to divide adjacent. If you own two properties that are adjacent, you're not allowed to subdivide. I think that's what it says. But I'm not saying this to nitpick, but there are other parts, like other laws that require that limits like ownership related limitations. JADU has owner occupancy requirement, and SB9 also requires the person who's taking advantage of the law to at least declare an intention to live for three years. But what happens if the property is owned by a corporation or a trust?
Oh, if it's already owned by a corporation or trust?
Yeah.
Oh. That seems like it'd be a challenge, doesn't it?
How is the city going to keep track of what, the whole situation?
May have stumped me. Because a trust is very common. A lot of people
I mean, people who have a home, many of them have a trust.
Yeah, for estate planning purposes, if nothing else.
Right.
All right.
Or corporations. You know, I know a lot of people who set up corporations for investment purposes.
Yes. Okay. That is an excellent question. What do we do if the owner is not a person?
Right, and it's not just about SB9, but you know, like JADU has an owner occupancy requirement.
I don't have the answer offhand, but I'm writing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Back to you on that.
You have some homework, Xander. We have a hand up from Commissioner Salam.
I'm bummed out that Commissioner Casey won the stump challenge.
Yes, she did.
So she got him.
Time.
Yeah, I wanted to muddy it a little bit and say that, take for example 4 lots adjacent. I put one in my wife's name, one in my son's name, and the other one in my other son's name. And I keep one in my name. Each one has a separate title to a separate individual that in theory could live on that lot in a wonderful family adjacency. So the better question was the corporation or the trust, because trust could in theory own multiple adjacent lots, and how could they possibly be held accountable for the split logic when they're not a person? You know, how could they be residents there as not a person? So I'll let you work on that later, but yeah, it's starting to worry me that there's so many loopholes and side doors into this that it's going to become a legal nightmare before it resolves itself. All right, thank you.
Most new laws end up with a lot of loopholes, and I'm sure this will change, and some will get plugged, and they'll probably create new ones in the process. But it's definitely one to watch. We'll be working through it as applications start to come in.
That was actually a question I had for Rena. Has there been any applications against SB9 yet? I know it's pretty early in the year, but has there been anything moving through the system?
Yeah, so we have no application, and you know, my information is actually only as good as last week when we talked to our planners, but we have no applications filed, but we have gotten a lot of questions, a lot of complicated questions.
And not from us. I got it. Okay, thank you.
So Xander, I have another question for you, because since a lot of this is administratively or ministerial consent, here's my concern. Some of these complicated issues come up. How will the Planning Commission even know about it if there's no architectural review and the like? Are we going to find out, here's the answer to the corporation on land because somebody filed and we got to how are we going to find out that some of these questions have arisen that we might have been able to somehow put some belts and suspenders on if it's just ministerial approval?
Well, the corporation question, I'll have an answer to you at the next meeting. But other questions that come up through the daily interaction with planning staff and applicants, I don't know.
We ask Xander questions all the time. You know, as we're trying to figure out black and white, you know, there's a whole lot of gray with all of these, the ADU law, and HCD is supposed to come out with guidance sometime this year. So, you know, I think we pose questions as well to HCD and we get answers from them. Sometimes they can't give us black and white answers either, but we reach out to our resources when these kind of gray areas come up. And honestly, they're going to be a lot as we navigate, because this is a new kind of law. It does kind of riff off the ADU law, you know, so there is some track record a little bit on terms of how we've looked at that particular law and how it's been applied. But there are definitely a whole lot of new provisions that we will be asking Xander a lot of questions, as well as reaching out to HCD.
I understand that, Rena, but my concern goes towards a few slides before this, where there were some things a city could do. But if it's an issue that comes up, does the planning commission have any role about, hey, listen, this has come up and maybe we need to discuss it because maybe there's some moves we can make to stop a neighborhood from going berserk with each other. I mean, that's probably not a very good way of saying it, but you know, it's kind of what's going to come first here. And is there any ability for a planning commission to come up with some belts and suspenders before they actually happen?
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is where lots of heads are very good for thinking through, you know, loopholes, opportunities to create regulations. So planning staff, we've been working a lot, pretty much since we've known about this bill, to think about where is our opportunity as a city to make decision points and add clarification. So on the 25th, we're going to share with you our best thoughts on, and we've also been tracking some other cities. They've come up with some urgency ordinances. So we will be able to share with you kind of what's been going on locally. Where do we think, you know, every city is different. Lot sizes in cities are different. So that factors into how properties could get subdivided and what's, you know, kind of maybe a better approach for Santa Clara, say another city that has different kind of lotting patterns. So that's where we're going to propose the ordinance requirements. And, you know, certainly all the questions that the Planning Commission is raising, you know, these are, if there's an opportunity for us to have discretion and to control, you know, our process, requirements, we certainly are open to it and want to implement that. So just please raise your questions with us, even as we, you know, we plan on bringing forward something for the adoption. So we're coming forward at the end of January with the study session, but we'll be coming really soon after in February with actual adoption, actually moving an ordinance forward. And then, you know, we are going to have to do cleanup too, as we see things come in. What are the issues that we've experienced? And so we would love our first shot to be perfect, but we know we're probably not going to capture the every ifs, what's then situation. So we will come forward with trying to clean things up where we feel like we have the ability to make those kind of not changes, but specific laws and requirements for Santa Clara.
Well, just keep your pencil sharpened. I think you've got some already tonight, but I thank you for your response. I don't see any other hands up right now, so I think you might have had a few more things to go through, Xander.
7 other areas of law, yes.
Okay.
Next is Senate Bill 10. Senate Bill 10, really subtle what it's about. Upzoning. It basically creates a new CEQA exemption. It allows the city to bypass CEQA to upzone existing residential or mixed-use parcels for up to 10 units per parcel. Now, normally the process of increasing the density of housing on a parcel or parcels is a discretionary act that is subject to CEQA, so this would simply make it exempt. Interestingly, they use the term 10 units per parcel here. Most of the time when the legislature wants to address a specific density, they do it in terms of units per acre, but parcels are usually smaller than an acre. So this could allow the city to rezone properties at some very high densities if it wanted to, without going through CEQA. This only applies in areas that are transit rich or an urban infill site, but that is most of Santa Clara. Transit rich means within a half mile of a train station or high quality bus corridor, like we heard about before, and that's most of the city. Infill just means in an urbanized area, which includes Santa Clara, if 75% of the parcels surrounding the site have urban uses. So this is going to apply in most places in the city. That being said, you know, there's been a lot of press for SB 10, largely because it was signed on the same day as SB 9. I've seen it described as demanding that all properties within a half mile of rapid transit be open for buildings with up to 10 units. It's not actually what this does. This just provides an option for cities to use a new CEQA exemption. But importantly, cities are not required to take advantage of this, what is really a streamlining provision. And importantly, subsequent project approvals are not necessarily exempt unless the city adopts some other CEQA exemption for the subsequent project. So in other words, the city changes the zoning of the property to upzone it. A project then comes in, it may be subject to some other discretionary review that would trigger CEQA. But again, this did get a lot of press and it is optional. So I don't know that Santa Clara will use it, but it is a new CEQA exemption, basically. It's on the book for upzonings. I'll move on to ADUs if there are no questions about that. There are just a couple of laws that made some minor changes to the ADU laws. In addition to SB 9, of course, we still have accessory dwelling unit law on the books. And the first one I want to talk about is AB 345. It facilitates separate conveyances of ADUs from a primary dwelling. So previously, if you had both a single family residence and an ADU on a lot, and you wanted to sell one of the units, you'd either have to subdivide the lot, or there was a process where the city could pass an ordinance authorizing the sale of one of the units without a subdivision. In other words, you'd have sort of a common interest development where there'd be like the shared area around the two units, but each one could be sold off separately. Santa Clara has never gone through that process. We've never adopted an ordinance to allow separate sales of homes and ADUs. But under this bill, now the city's sort of taken out of the process. If somebody wants to separately sell an ADU and a house, the city's obligated to allow it without a subdivision. This is fairly limited though. It only applies if the unit is restricted to low-income households for 45 years. And it only applies if the ADU itself was constructed by a housing nonprofit. So it doesn't really apply to Joe homeowner who just built a second unit in his backyard. This is only for ADUs that were built by housing nonprofits for affordable housing. And finally, the buyer has to intend to be an owner occupant. So this is not for investment properties or a buyer that just wants to flip the property. Nevertheless, it's an interesting bill because we could end up with some houses that will be sold in the future without subdivisions. Another ADU bill, kind of simple, AB 1584, it simply says that covenants that prohibit ADUs on single family lots are unenforceable. So basically an HOA cannot prohibit the construction of ADUs by passing CC&Rs, or if they have existing CC&Rs that say this, they are now unenforceable. That's all I have for ADUs this time. Not a whole lot of changes, but again, most of the focus was on SB 9. I do have some changes to the density bonus laws. I apologize for the small print, but the state density bonus law, we're not on the small print slide yet. I'm sorry. I can see a slide ahead of you. Density bonuses. The state density bonus law, as you know, provides that if a developer provides a certain percentage of units affordable to moderate and lower income households, the developer can go above the otherwise allowable density of the zoning. So the amount of the bonus depends on the type of housing that they provide. So very low, moderate, affordable, or student housing. And the percentage of units that are restricted to an income category. So the more affordable housing you provide and the lower the rent or the purchase price, the higher the bonus. So you can see in this table, and I realize now I should have given you bigger print, but it just shows that you can get a bonus from anywhere to 5% to 50%, depending on how many units you provide and how affordable they are. The density bonus law also gives developers a number of incentives. Incentives are reductions in site development standards or modifications to our zoning ordinance requirements that reduce the cost of building the housing. So the most obvious example of this is a reduction in parking requirements. Parking spaces cost a lot of money. If the developer provides less parking, then that's more money that they can spend building affordable units. A reduction in setback requirements would allow developers to use more of their parcels, put in more units. A relaxation of our height limitations could allow them to build higher, again, put in more units. So you get 1 to 3 incentives for most types of affordable housing. For projects that are 100% affordable, and there aren't that many of those, but sometimes, you get 4 incentives. Now, back in 2018, the legislature created a density bonus for student housing. The student housing developers can get a density bonus of 35% based on the number of units or the number of beds, as long as 20% of the units are restricted to lower income students for at least 55 years. And this only applies to housing for students enrolled full-time at a university or college. But one thing they left out of that 2018 legislation for student housing was incentives. Affordable student housing got a density bonus of 35%, but it got 0 incentives until now. So first thing this bill does is it adds this incentive for student housing. Now below market rate student housing gets 1 incentive. We do, of course, have 2 universities in Santa Clara, so it's possible a developer will take advantage of this. We had Republic was proposing student housing last year before their project died. But again, at least 20% of the housing units have to be affordable to lower income households, lower income students, and have to be deed restricted for 55 years. This bill, SB 298, also expands the moderate income density bonus. This is the first of 3 bills I'll mention tonight that target what's called the missing middle category of housing. Almost all the housing in California is single family, which can be, a really inefficient use of land, or mid to high rise construction, which can be very expensive to build, steel type 1 construction. So one strategy to lower the cost of housing is to facilitate the construction of this middle missing housing type that accommodates more units per acre, but it's not so inherently expensive to build. So duplexes, fourplexes, townhomes, etc. Previously, you got a density bonus if you constructed moderate income common interest developments, in other words, condominiums. But the bonus didn't apply to other kinds of for sale units. So if a developer wanted to build moderate income detached single family homes, he wouldn't get a density bonus. So SB 290 simply replaced references to common interest developments with references to for sale housing. Instead of being moderate income condos, is moderate income for sale units. So a broader range of moderate income developments will now qualify for density bonus. The bill also clarifies that density bonuses for very low and low income homes apply to both rental and for sale units. That was, I think, really already the case under existing law, but this just helps to clarify that. So it's for sale or rental in all of the income categories now. The bill also modifies parking requirements. So earlier I mentioned that one of the incentives that you get with a density bonus is a parking reduction. A developer can't just walk in and say, you know what, I want an incentive and I have 1,000 units, I want 1 parking space total for the whole complex. There are specific reductions that a developer can request that are prescribed by statute. The amount of the reduction they get depends on the type of income category and the percent of affordable units in the project. So there's 3 tiers of parking reduction. For the most minor reduction, what I'm calling tier 1, if a developer provides up to 10% very low income units or up to 19% low income units, they only have to provide 1 space per unit for 0 to 1 bedrooms, 1.5 spaces per unit for 2 to 3 bedrooms, and 2.5 spaces per unit for 4 or more bedrooms. Now, outside the context of a density bonus, the Santa Clara standard is, of course, 2 spaces per dwelling unit. But you get a density bonus, this is your incentive. You get to go down to this many spaces per unit for very low and low income household. There's a higher tier, tier 2. If you get above 11% of your units for very low income households or above 20% for low income households, we can only require a half a parking space for each dwelling unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms. Now, for this tier 2 to apply, you have to be within a half mile of a major transit stop. Not just a transit corridor. I'm not just talking about El Camino Real or Stevens Creek Boulevard. you actually have to be near a major transit stop, which means a train station or a bus stop that has the intersection of 2 or more lines with 15-minute headways. So a lot of developers are not sufficiently close enough to a major transit stop to qualify. But those that are do get a big parking reduction. You only have to put in a half space per unit. And there's a third tier, 100% affordable projects. There aren't many of those, but for those, there is no parking required, period. The developer can and usually does provide some parking, but the city cannot impose any parking for 100% affordable projects. Anyway, that was a lot of information. This was all the existing law as of December 31st, but there was no provision for moderate income households. So SB 290 finally adds that provision to this tier 2 of parking. If 40% of the units in a density bonus project are affordable to moderate income households, they can now take advantage of this tier 2 parking standard and provide only 0.5 spaces per unit. Now, again, this only applies if the project's within a half mile of a major transit stop, but it's a strong incentive for moderate income projects to increase the percentage of affordable units to get to 40% to get that parking reduction. The idea being instead of spending the money on building parking spaces, they can spend the money on lowering the rent or the purchase price of more dwelling units for moderate income households. Now, parking reductions are a form of incentive. Earlier, I gave you some other examples like reductions of required setbacks and lot coverages. The way the incentive process works is a developer provides a request to the city, and the city, if the city confirms that this is a density bonus project eligible for an incentive, then in most cases, the city has to grant the incentive. There are only very limited bases for denying an incentive request that a developer brings. When it comes to parking, they can only request so much. The amount of the parking is set by the statute, which we were just talking about. But when it comes to some other standards, setbacks, lot coverage, height, the city can only push back if there's an impact on a historic property, or there's a specific adverse impact on health or safety, or there's an impact on the physical environment. In other words, you do an EIR, there's the EIR says the incentive would result in unmitigatable environmental impacts. You could deny the incentive on that basis. It's not a very long list. That's already a fairly limited set of grounds for denial. And if the city denies an incentive and the developer thinks the denial is not based properly on one of those categories, he can bring suit against the city and get attorney's fees. But SB 290, this bill has narrowed this list. Under SB 290, an impact on the physical environment is no longer an appropriate basis for denying a concession or incentive, which is kind of shocking. I mean, if there's an EIR for a project and the project results in a significant unavoidable impact, then the only way a project can move forward is with a statement of overriding considerations. The city has to adopt an SOC, making findings that there are specific economic, social, technological, or other considerations that justify this significant unavoidable environmental impact. But here the legislature is basically saying an incentive for a density bonus project outweighs any adverse environmental impact. We can no longer take that into account when we're denying an incentive. We simply can't deny incentives based on impacts to the physical environment. One additional change to the density bonuses laws, this is relatively minor. It appears in a separate bill, AB 634. In order to qualify for density bonus, the developer has to guarantee that a certain percentage of the units will be affordable and must agree to keep them affordable for at least 55 years for rental units. For sale units, it's 45 years. But for rental units, AB 634 simply says that the city can decide to require a longer affordability period than 55 years. We can't go shorter, but we could choose, 60, 70, 80 years if we wanted. That's the end of density bonuses. It gets very minute. I see a hand raised.
We have two questions, Andrew.
All right.
Commissioner Salam, followed by Commissioner Cherukuri.
Okay, so I've got two that I've been saving up. And maybe Rena can chime in, what defines a bedroom in the case of these parking requirements, can some developer build a 1-bedroom home that has a bonus room and a home office, that if you put a bed in there, it's a bedroom? Or is there an overriding definition that says you can't get away with that? And then the second one I'll say, but start with that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that offhand. I know that when I bought my house, they talked about the bedroom has to have a closet. If it has a closet, it's a bedroom. If it doesn't have a closet, it doesn't count. But maybe Rena has a better answer than I do, because I don't know that offhand.
It also needs an egress window, ingress egress. So otherwise, it's like a den or study or all the various other things it could be, but not a bedroom.
So I could get away with saying that a 3-bedroom home, if somebody decided to put beds in there, was actually a 1-bedroom, and then declare I want a half a parking space. Am I going to get snagged on that approach?
You are always trying to figure out a way around.
I know. I put on the villain's hat with knowing that there's a dozen people behind me waiting to do the same thing. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think you technically could. We look out for those things, Commissioner Salim, because we know people are sneaky like that, and we try to make sure that if something could be a bedroom, it's called a bedroom.
Okay.
But yeah, I think on a large project that would be hard to kind of do systematically across the entire project. I think individual units, like when we review single family homes, we're always kind of keeping an eye for whether that's really a bedroom in disguise.
And that there is a strong legitimate argument for home offices in the remote COVID world that we live in. So declaring that a room is a home office is neither unreasonable nor impractical. But when you put a bed in it, it's a bedroom. So, they could get away with some, I like shenanigans. That's one of my favorite words. Get away with some shenanigans around the parking requirements. But I still have that second question, but I think Xander had something he wanted to say.
No, I'd say I'm just going to look up bedroom later.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to. I've looked on the city website, and I couldn't find a solid definition of what constitutes a specific bedroom, other than the fact that, like you said, a window. But people live with and without windows. So the other question is around the ADU split sale, which I think was 480 something.
Yes.
Okay. So if a person who has lived in their property builds an ADU and decides they want to retire into the ADU and sell the main property, that's acceptable now. Is that correct?
Well, okay. Are we talking about this one? The separate?
Yeah, because in theory, even though you were the owner selling the property, you could take residence in the ADU as a separate unit and sell the main property and retire, basically, but still have your address and still have the amenities of the neighborhood you're in. Does that make sense?
I don't think it matters which you live in, which the buyer lives in.
Well, it does as far as the quality. Maybe they have a 3 or 4 bedroom main home and they decided to downsize and move into a 1-bedroom ADU in the backyard. It's probably still extremely cheap compared to trying to go out and purchase a separate home somewhere. So yeah, I just was wondering, where does the rule, or where does this really come into play? Who's going to do this? Do you know? Who's going to split sell?
I don't know. It seems weird to me.
Yeah.
But it is fairly narrow. It only applies to housing that was built by a housing nonprofit and deed restricted to affordable households. So I'm a little unclear as to why exactly.
Well, the last bullet item is the one that catches me. It's like buyer must intend to be owner occupant of which, are they going to be the owner occupant of the ADU or of the main house?
I don't believe the bill specified. I remember checking that and it just said the buyer. The point is you can sell them separately. So the buyer of either has to be an owner occupant.
Yeah, I could just see there's a little twist there that maybe some seniors would take advantage of. I mean, you know, I'd consider it. I'll have a nonprofit build my ADU for me and then decide to retire into it and sell the main house, but I still live there or in that same property. So,
but before you plan your lush retirement, remember that the rental amount is going to be low because it has to be restricted to affordable incomes.
Right. Okay. I'll think about that one. Thank you. That's really it. I was just kind of curious about some more of those edge cases. It seems that seems like the oddest of the bills that I've read about so far is the split sale. That's a very, I don't see where they're going to use it or who's going to use it, but it's interesting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Slane and Xander. Commissioner Charakuru has her hand up, and then I've got a question for the commissioners.
Thank you, Chair. Xander, this is again getting really interesting. So just to reconfirm, does this already take into account that probably sometime in September, the governor had signed a rule that they would no longer be a zoning considered single family residential? I'm
not familiar with what you're talking about. The governor signed something that said there would no longer be single family zoning?
Yes.
SB 9?
No, it's a bill. So September 17th was the press release with the stroke of a pen. Governor Newsom officially ended the over 100-year single family only zoning in California.
That's
SB9.
Yeah,
that is
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was they're catching up on something that was probably signed into law in September. Am I recapturing
It didn't take effect though.
Okay. So we don't have any more single family. A couple of quick clarifications, more so on the physical environment for the density bonus aspect of it. So I'm assuming that with the density bonus, it's usually part of a larger development. And while the density bonus exclusively probably removes the incentive or lack or ability for a city to say no to an incentive bonus based on physical environment. For instance, if there is a biological impact or a quality impact associated with the project in general, it still will have its ability to run its course, right? The project's impacts are evaluated on the whole project.
Yes, this is just the incentive for which we can no longer consider this physical environment. So if this is discretionary approval where we do an EIR and it's going to, result in, I don't know, toxic waste running through the city, we can still say no. We can still disapprove the EIR if we conclude the SOC, if there's not sufficient grounds for approving the project because of this.
So in general, the project will still be able to say its impacts, including physical environment. It's just that the city cannot exclusively deny the incentive bonus, density bonus, for more units per se, based on the physical environment class. Okay, got it. And then what is defined as affordability when we are qualifying units, especially in California and Bay Area? What is it as a threshold? Is that an actual dollar amount? And I'm going more specifically, does that change over a 55-year period? I mean, I can see it changing tomorrow with just the SB 9 allocation. Property prices are going to go, whoo. But what is still affordability?
Right. So you take area median income for Santa Clara County. Of course, that's maybe the highest in the nation. But the categories are fixed based on a percentage of area median income. So
and that's fixed in time, because I saw the 55-year period.
No. Every year they update it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Because
yeah, and it varies depending on household size. So there's a part that's published. How big's your household? What's area median income? Very low income is 50% of AMI. Low income is 80% of AMI. Moderate is 120% of AMI. and then above moderate is above 120%. So
I'm curious. So how are we regulating even the affordability units, affordable units? How are we able to monitor that they stay affordable? I mean, is that like a covenant that city goes and inspects? Or I'm curious because for me personally, it's a point in time. A housing development is approved with certain percentage, and you say, okay, these many units will be AMI based, affordable. But then 2 years later, what changes?
Right. So you're concerned that what's to stop them from deciding to shoot the rent way up and not. I'm not sure what process we have for continual monitoring that they're in compliance with their covenants. Do you know, Rena, what the ongoing?
Well, I mean, so they enter into their affordable housing agreement with the city, and we take that to council. And I thought that they provide evidence annually on like who they're renting to and that they're meeting the requirements. But we can get back to you on that. I'm pretty certain that when you enter into an agreement with the city for affordable housing, that you're, obligated to provide us a percentage set aside and make it available. That we have documentation, like our housing division, though, would be able to give us the exact procedures that are involved.
I'd like to see that enforced over 55 years. That's what I'm going with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yep.
But yeah, let me check with our housing division and get back to you on that.
Those were my 3 questions. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Charakuru, in part because you just asked one of the questions I was going to ask. And thank you for your response, Rena and Xander. Just one little point of, shall I say, information. I know we generally like to conclude at 10 p.m., but I also know this has been a hot topic for some time. So may I suggest that if there's no objections, we continue on until we're through tonight? If there's any commissioner who has a big problem with that, speak up now. I don't see any, so continue, Xander.
Thank you. I don't think we'll be here past 11. So we finished with density bonuses. Now we're going to get to another law addressing this missing middle category of housing. Floor area ratio. Floor area ratio is a common mechanism in local zoning codes that limit the total floor area that a building can have in relation to the total square footage of a lot. And I'm sure you're familiar with this. If you have 1,000 square foot lot and your floor area ratio, your FAR is 1.0, you can have a 1,000 square foot building. If you have a 1,000 square foot lot and your FAR is 2.0, you can have a 2,000 square foot building. Now in Santa Clara, historically, we've only used the concept of FAR in commercial use. So in our general plan, we use FAR to describe the minimum amount of commercial space somebody has to provide in a mixed use development. So regional mixed use, you can put in 37 to 50 dwelling units per acre of residential, but you have a minimum commercial FAR of 0.15. But this new law sets a minimum FAR for multifamily residences. And this applies to, again, that missing middle category of housing. If a project has 3 to 7 units, there's now going to be a minimum FAR of 1.0. And if a project is 8 to 10 units, the FAR has to be at least 1.25. And this applies both to the city and its zoning ordinance, as well as to homeowners associations. A homeowners association or a condo association cannot enforce a CC&R that imposes a stricter FAR than what you see here. This also applies to mixed use projects where at least 2/3 of the square footage is residential. Also for projects consisting of 3 to 10 units in a multifamily residential zone or mixed use zone, we can no longer impose a minimum lot size. Minimum lot size cannot be the basis for disapproving a project. So short and sweet, that's what that law imposes. Honestly, I can't remember, Rena, if our new zoning ordinance uses FAR for residential uses or not, but if not, we'll have to make sure that it addresses this new law. Another short law is on the integration of housing. As you know, Santa Clara, like many cities, has an inclusionary housing requirement. At least 15% of the units in a new housing development that has 10%, that has 10 or more units must be made affordable to lower income households. But one question that we sometimes get from developers is, believe it or not, do I have to put the low income units with the higher income units, or can I put them off in sort of a segregated portion of the development? We actually do get that question. So AB 491 concerns the integration of below market units into the rest of the development. The bill would prohibit a multifamily structure that has mixed incomes from isolating the affordable units within the structure to a specific floor or to an area of a specific floor. The bill also requires that a mixed income multifamily structure provide the same access to the entrances, to the common areas, and to the amenities of the structure to the occupants of the affordable units as the occupants of the market rate units. Santa Clara actually already had language just like this in its affordable housing ordinance. Under our ordinance, affordable units have to be, quote, reasonably, oh shoot, I just scrolled, didn't I? Sorry about that. Under our ordinance, affordable units have to be reasonably dispersed throughout a project, and all of the units have to have the same access to amenities and recreational facilities. We go a little beyond that and require that the units contain the same number of bedrooms on average and be comparable in design and appearance. So, to me, that seems fairly reasonable, but we have actually had developers push back on this. At times, developers would prefer to create sort of a high rent district and a low rent district in their projects. So we simply pointed to our code and said, no, we can't do that. Now we can also point to state law. Next, we're going to look at housing elements. The legislature tinkers with the housing element laws every year.
Xander, before you push
Yes.
forward, your cat is eating the mouse on your computer behind you.
That is unfortunate. Okay, I guess he knew what he was doing was wrong. Thank you for alerting me. Okay, the housing element, as you know, is one of the mandatory elements of every city's general plan, and it's the only element that has to be certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. The housing element is a set of policies designed to promote development of the number of housing units prescribed for each city by the state and ABAG, our local council of governments. That target number, of course, is the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. Housing elements last for 8 years, and our next housing element needs to be adopted in January 2023, when our new RHNA will be 11,632 units, more than half of which will have to be in the lower income categories. So the first change to the housing element process is in AB 215. You're all familiar with the public review process of CEQA. Before we can adopt an environmental document like an EIR or an MND, we have to first circulate a draft document for public review and comment. So for an MND, it's 20 to 30 days. For an EIR, the circulation period is usually 45 days. After we get comments back, we're required to respond to those comments, and if necessary, make edits to the environmental document. So AB 215 sets up a similar process for the city's housing element. So again, our next update has to be adopted by the end of January 2023. AB 215 will require us to make a draft of the housing element available for public comment for a 30-day review period. And if we make any subsequent revisions to the element, we'll have a subsequent 7-day circulation period prior to HCD submission. If we get any comments, we have to take at least 10 additional business days to consider and incorporate those public comments into the draft element before we submit it to HCD. In addition, the bill will further strengthen HCD's enforcement tools. Previously, HCD could refer any violations of the housing element, statutes, or various other affordable housing laws to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General could bring an enforcement action against the city. But suppose the Attorney General says, no, we don't see a violation, or no, we've got bigger fish to fry, we're not going to go after the city. HCD would have been out of luck. Under this bill, now HCD is authorized to hire their own counsel or use their own attorneys to bring an enforcement action. So this strengthens HCD's enforcement tools. So one question that comes up a lot is, what happens if we don't adopt a valid housing element? What if we don't get HCD certification? Well, the answer is always, we lose access to a lot of state funding. We also lose a lot of our local control. Developers and advocates can bring suit challenging our housing element. The court can take over the approval process and improve housing projects, including large projects not wanted by the community. It's a loss of local control and a loss of a lot of money. So we want to get certification, certainly, but the hardest part of getting to certification is often finding sufficient sites to meet our RHNA requirement. If we don't identify enough sites, then there's a mandatory obligation for the city to rezone enough properties within the city to allow by right housing for projects that are at least 20% affordable. Now, again, Santa Clara has a 15% affordability requirement, so it's not that much of a stretch for a developer to go up to 20% and have their housing approved ministerially. That's if we don't get a certified element, we have 3 years to rezone the properties within the date the housing element has to be adopted. So all that this law does, AB 1398, is it now says that we have to make that change. We have to rezone a whole bunch of properties to make it ministerial approval within 1 year. Now, we've been successful in achieving HCD certification over the last several housing element cycles, and that's certainly going to be our intention for this next cycle. But if the worst happens and we fail to identify enough sites, we'll have to rezone a lot of the city to allow by right housing within just 1 year. Now, one way to satisfy that big RHNA number is obviously by building units. But another way is by converting existing market rate units into low and very low income units. The city or a public housing entity can acquire existing market rate apartments within the city and convert them into affordable units. Or instead of purchasing units outright, the current owner can retain the units, but the city could purchase affordability covenants requiring that the units be used for affordable housing for 55 years. These conversions apply towards the city's RHNA allocation, up to 25% for each income category. Until now, this conversion idea has only applied to 2 income categories, low and very low. So this next bill, AB 787, expands this provision to include moderate income units. So if market rate units are converted to moderate income units, those will count towards the city's RHNA. Now, there are a number of requirements. The units cannot have already been affordable. We can't just, find an apartment building that, already has really cheap rent and declare it, convert it and be done with it. No, the initial rent when we take over the units has to be at least 10% less than the last 12 months of average rent. There are some other requirements. The units have to be decent, safe, and sanitary. They can't be, a complete dump at the time of occupancy following the conversion. We're also not allowed to use eminent domain to acquire the property. And the unit has to be subject to a governmental monitoring program to ensure continued affordability and occupancy. And while the city doesn't have to buy the units outright, the city or another public entity has to at least have an option to purchase the units at some later date. So this can be a costly endeavor, but now it's slightly more feasible because we've added moderate income units into the mix. The point is to incentivize local governments to adopt another missing middle program that converts market rate complexes into middle income housing in exchange for property tax breaks. One other new bill affecting housing elements concerns the duty to affirmatively further fair housing, or AFFH for short. Back in 2018, AB 686 imposed a general obligation to administer housing element programs in a manner to affirmatively further fair housing. So housing elements as of 2018 have to contain an analysis of how city policies reduce barriers to fair housing choices, and improve access to opportunity within the city. So what's changed this year, AB 1304 further reforms these requirements by requiring housing element site inventories to identify sites needed to meet the AFFH requirement and analyze the relationship of those sites to the city's AFFH duty. So that's something our consultants will have to put into our housing element before January of next year. We have to actually identify sites that are somehow going to affirmatively further fair housing and reduce things like segregation. That's the end of my housing elements section. Any questions before I move forward?
Yes, we have a question or hand raised. Commissioner Cherukuru.
Thank you, Chair. I do promise, and I hope we'll be off by 11. Xander, I think I had asked more specifically how the university housing can be included into arena numbers. Any confirmation or clarification on that?
I don't think the dormitories themselves get count. Well, you
Why
mean,
not?
well, okay. First of all, any RENA would have to be new housing. So you're talking about if they built a new dormitory, could we count that?
No. So when we give our numbers, do we
Yes.
account for the university housing dorms? And because it is affordable, it is student housing.
Right. Well, any RENA number is always about starting the first year of our cycle. How many units are we going to build? So if there's a new development to put in student housing, we can include that in the cycle. But if it's something that's pre-existing, it wouldn't be part of the count. But there is a process for student housing to get a density bonus and count towards the RENA if there's some sort of management agreement with an accredited university. I'm trying to remember the exact nuances of what it's called, but both Mission College and Santa Clara University would meet the accreditation requirements. But there's some sort of contract that has to be in place such that it is connected with the university. And
So
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so RENA numbers by ABAG
Yes.
is based on, of course, the demographics.
Yes.
And I think I'm more specifically asking, do we include the housing within university grounds in our tally for our baseline? What do we have as our existing? Now you're saying new buildings will have certain allocations of whatever the caveats be, but there's a baseline. Each region, each city is expected to meet its housing demand, right? That is ABAG's RENA numbers, regional housing, whatever, allocation. But there's a baseline for it. You're saying whatever is new will have to meet all of these density bonuses and all of the others. But the cap of what the allocation is based on the demographics. And I want to just clarify if in our baseline, we do tally, and I'm assuming not based on past practices, but I know that that conversation has gone that far as to how university housing can be included as part of your region, your city's requirement to meet minimum requirements, minimum ABAG housing density.
Yeah, I don't know. We're just not connecting somehow. RENA is only about new housing, So I mean, you keep talking about a baseline. I mean, I guess the baseline would be however many people already live in the city, or how many houses already are in the city.
Yeah, does ABAG give a baseline of a city of Santa Clara? You ought to be having this many number of at least low income, middle income, and your housing density, or I'm asking a question. Maybe it's wrong, but I just want to clarify.
I mean, yeah, so the state allocates the RENA for each region, and like the Bay Area, and then ABAG, our council of government, breaks it down into the individual cities.
Yes.
It's the one that prescribed the 11,632 units for Santa Clara.
And for that number, do we take university housing into consideration at all?
That is what we need to build starting in 2023 for the next 8 years.
I see. Okay, it's not.
2023, we start from 0, and hopefully by the end of 8 years, we have 11,632 more units.
So,
And do we
Xander,
include
when
the
we
new
do
units?
our
Yeah.
when we do our annual I'm forgetting the name. We submit data to HCD every year for compliance. Maybe a more direct question would be, if we submitted, like Santa Clara University had new dorms, do you know if we submitted those dorms that they count
Exactly.
towards our RENA obligation for market rate housing? You know, if it didn't have affordability stipulations.
I would think more from affordability and probably low income if you're taking student housing.
Student housing, not necessarily affordable. You know, I mean, especially if you're paying to go to a private institution and pay to live in the dorm,
yeah.
right? But I actually just don't know if it's offsite, not part of a university, and anyone can live in it. Then, you know, we certainly would count it. I just I don't know if it's just on the university premise. My inclination would be that we would, but I don't think we've actually asked HCD that question. Xander, do you know if we've?
No,
This was the question of them.
I
Yeah.
think
Okay.
I think they get the question now, so we'll look into that.
Okay, thanks, Xander.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner Chirakuru. You had one more part, Xander?
Yeah, very short one. Get back to it. Here we go. Intergenerational housing. This one I found interesting, sort of gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling. Creates a form of housing. As you know, the federal and state fair housing laws prohibit discrimination in housing on a number of bases: race, religion, gender, familial status, and age. But there's a big asterisk next to age because we do have an exception to the fair housing laws for senior housing. You can have a housing development that's only available to senior citizens. But there are very specific requirements to qualify as senior housing. Depending on the type of development, all residents have to be 55 and over or 62 and older. The only other people allowed are younger spouses, caregivers who live in the same unit as the seniors, certain disabled persons, and temporary visitors. All of the units have to meet this requirement. You can't have just, you know, well, some units are senior and some are not. No, there's a very specific way to create a senior development. You have to follow those strict requirements because, again, senior housing is an exception to the fair housing laws. Anything that doesn't fit into the precise definition of senior housing is age discrimination. But SB 591 creates another exception, this time for what's called intergenerational housing. So now instead of 100% of the units being for seniors, you can have just 80% of the units for seniors and up to 20% of the units for caregivers and transition age youth. Transition age youth means age 18 to 24, means current or former foster youth, and means current or former homeless youth. And this is based on studies that have linked social isolation and loneliness with higher risks of physical and mental conditions. Intergenerational housing is supposed to reduce the risks of social isolation and loneliness by surrounding seniors in communities with families and giving seniors structured opportunities to benefit from and contribute to the lives of young people. So all this, I guess, is based on the success of an intergenerational community in Western Massachusetts. That was the picture on the last slide. That combined seniors with foster families. It was called Treehouse at East Hampton Meadow. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting, a new kind of housing. I'm used to getting questions about senior housing and saying, yes, we can or no, we can't. But this is just another kind of housing where they mix foster families and seniors. And that is all I have for you this year. I've got some homework to do. We have another question from Mr. Chirakuru.
Yes. Last question. How has the state looked at units for homeless? You brought it up and you tickled that thought. The whole premise of foster and youth have addressed most of those projects in the past. But what is the state's intent for cities to address homeless housing?
Right, well, there's an annual count, I believe, of homeless persons, but we have an obligation to allow a variety of different kinds of housing to address the homelessness crisis. Transitional housing has to be approved by right in a lot of areas. There's various sort of things that are between a homeless shelter and permanent housing.
Transitional, yeah.
In terms of off the top of my head, but I think we're in a prior year's presentation. And the city has to allow for emergency shelters by right as of a few years ago. Now I'm drawing a blank.
Not much as a direct state SB law or act yet. It's more guidance yet.
Right.
I think Xander is saying that in previous years, they really facilitated transitional homeless housing.
Not as state, not as an SB.
Well, I mean, so for instance, there's
the low income and affordable. And of course, we had the transitional housing and emergency that you could, but I'm not recollecting, I have not worked with any state law that requires cities to address head-on homeless housing as an actual site allocation. I know affordable housing has been given a little more leeway, but not homeless. So I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, a homeless shelter is now an allowable use within the city. We have to allow for them. If somebody wants to put in a homeless shelter, we don't have the discretion to say no in certain zones. I can't remember if it's all zones or just certain zones. But there have been a number of laws. I mean, like the Project Home Key project.
Home Key funding.
Last year, I'm sure, where basically there's an opportunity to, if you get funding for a transitional housing project, any project that uses funds from this special Home Key fund is automatically deemed consistent and in conformity with the city's general plan and zoning ordinance, even though it's really not. And so we, the Home Key funding can either come directly from the city or it can come from another governmental entity. And so the Bella Vista Inn on El Camino Real is actually going through the Home Key application process right now, and is likely to become transitional housing.
That is with the city, or is that a county property?
They did not get the funding from the city. That went through the county, but
that's what I thought.
Applying to the city to build it, and are going through the entitlement process right now. And the city, it will not go to hearing. The city will not have any discretion to say no. We've been working with the applicant on.
Got it. Okay.
So there are some inroads being made in that area.
Okay, but okay, yeah. I just wanted to specifically if there was a specific bill addressing that.
Not this year, except for the Home Key, which was enacted as urgency legislation, I guess in late 2020.
Okay.
And so yeah, there's the Bella Vista, and then I think there was another one.
Yeah, that didn't move forward.
Didn't move forward, yeah.
Yeah.
But Bella Vista is still definitely in the running. We've been having meetings about it frequently.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Xander.
My pleasure.
It's such a lot to try to absorb. And I can tell you, I will promise you this, between now and January 25th, when we have the joint session, any questions that occur to me, I will make sure staff knows it so we can limit the amount of Stump the Xander questions that comes up, and we can still get some of our questions answered.
That would be great.
That'll work for you?
I do appreciate the softball questions. So yeah, if you can warn me in advance of any questions before the 25th, that would be very helpful. I'm sure Councilmember Jane will have an arsenal of Stump Xander questions ready to go.
Well, maybe if he's listening tonight, he'll call you ahead of time. Since we don't have any other hands up from the commissioners, do we have anybody from the public, since this is a study session?
Well, yes, we do. We actually have Councilmember Jane.
Oh,
He heard you.
oh my gosh. Okay.
Councilmember Jane, would you like to speak?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much, Sander. I always enjoy these presentations every year when I was a planning commissioner. And this time it's going to take me two rounds to absorb it all. So there we go.
Well, I look forward to your questions on the 25th.
You're always very thorough and on point. Thank you, Suds. Was there anything else, Suds? Then I will go back to my fellow commissioners.
Oh, he raised his hand again.
I was just saying, no, there's nothing else. I'll leave my softball questions for the 25th.
Thank you.
Xander said thank you. I heard it. Okay, thank you, Suds. If there's no other questions right now, I'm going to preface that by saying right now, then we won't need a motion to close because it is a study session. We can go ahead and move on to reports of commission, board liaison and committee, starting with announcements and other items. Staff? Or anyone?
I would just say our big announcement isn't really that much of a surprise, which is our next agenda item for the next meeting on the 26th of this month is the recommendation action for the Planning Commission to take on Patrick Henry Drive specific plan.
Okay, thank you. And I have a hand up from Commissioner Ikezi.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to thank Xander for his excellent annual presentation. And I also want to, I didn't get to congratulate him on a beautiful performance at the Silicon Valley Symphony last month. And I look forward to the next concert.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know you were there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the Beethoven performance was beautiful. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
I didn't know. Okay, Xander, next time you have to announce that so we can all come and listen to you. He's getting
Sure.
All right, thanks. Any other announcements? Commissioner Chirakuru?
Just out of curiosity, I believe the city won an award for the best financial reporting or something like that. Rena, Xander, do you know? I saw it in a post that the city of Santa Clara was awarded the best financial reporting for the region. It could be, but yeah, it'll be helpful to see if he won the award and what it was. So out of curiosity, thanks.
I went to law school, so I wouldn't have to do math. So one of my colleagues works for the finance department, so she would probably be aware what that award is, but I'm not, I'm afraid. I don't answer them directly.
Rena?
We can let you know at the next meeting. I did not hear that, but you know what? I'm sure Commissioner Chirakuru has her ear to that. And we have a fabulous finance team. So that would not surprise me one bit. But I'll get you guys the straight facts next meeting.
Thank you. And yes, we do. And it would be lovely to hear that. Thank you, Commissioner Chirakuru. Let's move to Commissioner Travel and Training reports and requests to attend trainings. And I'll start off by saying, yes, I'm interested in both. But do we have any hands raised for the joint venture State of the Valley coming up February 18th? Or the League of California Cities Planning Commissioner Academy that is March 16th through the 18th.
Yeah, I'm interested to both too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone?
I'm interested in both, but only in the remote sense. So I think there's a remote for both now.
I believe there is.
Yeah.
Elizabeth can confirm.
I believe both are actually remote.
Okay.
I'll
Both
put my
yeah.
And I'll put my name in the hat for the APA conference. Elizabeth and Commissioner.
Am I mistaken in they were offering something based out of the city of San Ramon?
Yeah, that's what I was reading also.
Oh,
there
I'm
was a live
sorry.
option.
Yes, they were. Now, which one was it? Can you help us out?
That's the Planning Commissioners Academy.
Yeah.
That's March 16th to the 18th.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Now, was that also offered remote Elizabeth?
You know, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm looking through it right now, and off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I don't recall. But what we could do, I sent the emails to all of you, so I'll review it one more time. And what we could do is find out who's interested in what tonight, and we could take a vote to expend funds, and then we could finalize arrangements, you know, sometime this week and do the registrations.
Thank
So,
you.
Chair Biagini, I have you're interested in both. Commissioner Wong, both. Commissioner Salame, I think you said just the state of this.
Both is good. I have time.
Commissioner
As
Chair.
long as we have
Kuru,
finances for enough people to go.
the
that have
budget has not changed. There's a balance of 13,127. The cost for the Planning Commissioners Academy, 625 per commissioner, and the state of the valley is 35 per person.
Okay.
So Commissioner Chair Kuru, you said both?
State of the Valley and the APA conference, not the Academy. The APA, I think, is in San Diego, and it might be in.
We're not taking a vote on that right now.
Okay, okay. So I'll just do the Silicon Valley.
Okay. Does anyone else?
Thank you, Harold.
I don't know that I'm interested in the state of the valley. Am I mistaken in thinking there was somewhat limited seating or availability for us?
That would be remote.
Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine.
So
Yes,
Commissioner Hero, you're interested in just the state of the valley?
in both.
In both, okay.
In both.
Oh, yeah. If it's remote, it's better. Yeah.
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 Commissioner Casey? Were you interested in any of the?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to attend the State of the Valley. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
This is Yash. State of the Valley, please.
So if that is what we have right now, the commission would need to take a vote to expend funds. We probably don't want to tally up the exact amount right now.
Yeah.
I don't have a calculator in front of me, but you could.
I move to expend funds sufficient to cover the costs of the interested commissioners in the conferences, as mentioned.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Hero, second by, motion by Commissioner Salame.
Yeah.
And
seconded by Commissioner Hero. Okay.
Yes.
It feels like a blank check, but I think it's a fixed amount.
I think you're okay. Chair Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Chair Kuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Hero?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Salame?
Yes.
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. I will be in touch with each of you before I process the registration just to confirm.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other reports or requests, we can move to Director of Community Development reports, starting with the Planning Commission budget update. That could be a little interesting with the last one. Do your best.
As I had just mentioned, we don't have any new expenses and we're at a balance of $13,127.
I think we have enough to cover.
And I just clarified, it's the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, recognizing the Finance Department's achievement in presenting a biannual budget. And it's given by the Government Finance Officers Association to the City of Santa Clara. There you go, Rena. So we are good on our budget.
Thank you, Priya. Okay, moving past the budget and going into upcoming agenda items.
Yes, so as I mentioned, the Patrick Henry Drive specific plans coming up at the next meeting. We also have, and we will be letting the Planning Commission know, very shortly, as in next week, if not even earlier, we will be sending out information to push out our zoning code for public review, our draft code, and getting comments from the public on that. So just as you know that process continues to move forward, we will be bringing a draft code for the commission to take action on later this year. And this is our next step to get public feedback on the actual words as they're written in the code. And then the other item I would say is we have a specific plan for Freedom Circle. It's kind of been talked about a little bit tonight. That will happen after the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan is considered, but not too much after. So we're probably looking in the spring timeframe for that going forward to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Rena. How about city council actions?
Yes. So since we last met, there was one city council meeting, and the item that's probably of most interest to probably the planning commissioners is there was a study that our public works department did, our traffic division, specifically on the civic center area for parking, to look at really the parking capacity in the area. A development got approved a few years ago, maybe back in 2018 on Warburton, and that approval at council, there was a lot of community feedback that there wasn't going to be sufficient parking really on the streets. And so the Department of Public Works did this analysis, really presented that, yeah, you know, parking is constrained. There is some available spaces. They could create diagonal parking on Warburton, which would increase the supply and add about 25 additional parking spaces. The council actually had a really good discussion. They talked about the cost of really creating each of these individual new spaces, and they really accepted the report, but they didn't direct staff to take any action on it. The other thing of interest would be, this has come up with the commission too, you know, the community has had noise issues kind of emanating from a non-identified specific source in our industrial areas, and the city put up noise monitors to really try and hone in on that specific noise source. Good news is that those complaints have significantly gone down, and actually the council did want to discuss a little bit further whether or not we extended the contract of the noise monitor, because really complaints have gone down and it would cost money to continue that monitoring. So they're going to continue this discussion at a council meeting that they had hoped to continue sometime this month. So I'm assuming not this upcoming meeting, but the meeting after that, the later meeting in January. I apologize. And that's it in terms of council actions of relevance to the Planning Commission.
Thank you so much, Rena. And I'm going to take the privilege of the chair again for a moment before I call for an adjournment motion. And since there is approximately 45 minutes left to January 10th, Rena, thank you for spending your birthday today with us. And I would suggest that we entertain a motion to adjourn in honor of Rena's birthday.
That's sweet. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I know you couldn't think of a better way to spend your birthday.
Talking about billboards, no less, right?
That should be the first announcement, right, Rena?
Yeah, right on the billboard. There it is. Rena's birthday.
Yeah, but thank you all. I actually had a rather pleasant evening, and I love this job. And so as much as I would rather actually be sitting and having a cocktail or something, this actually wasn't too bad. So thank you.
We love having you with us. So thank you.
You got 45 more minutes. So can I have a motion to adjourn in honor of Rena's birthday?
I move to adjourn in Rena's birthday for Rena.
Second it. Priya.
Great. I
Nailed it.
consider that a unanimous vote.
Yes.
I don't think
Excellent.
there's any objections. Happy birthday, Rena. Thank you,
Happy
everyone.
birthday. See you
everyone.
in 3 weeks.
Okay, thank
Or 2
you.
weeks.
Good night.
No,
Bye.
yeah.
Good
Okay.
night,
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Rena.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.